All right, good morning, Life Vantage. Saturday morning, August 20th. Nice morning outside, right? I hope you guys are all ready at home, energized, ready to take some notes. We have an amazing presenter here with us today. He is extraordinary. I'm excited to hear what he has planned for us. I know he's dedicated so much time to get a great training and get everything going for every one of you guys here in the room and everyone at home. So if you guys are all comfy, let's get going, get things started. He's going to be going over the four pillars. He will be able to touch base on each one of those topics. And what better than to have this amazing presenter who is an elite Pro 9, has served as a Navy navigator, has completed 3 combat tours, and that prepared him for 34 years of marriage, 4 kids, and 1 grandchild. So please help me give a warm welcome to Dave Markey, AKA Costa Rica Dave.
Yeah, I'm like that. Thank you. How's the sound coming through? Sound check. Everybody good in the back? Everybody good? We're in a small room here at the corporate office, and we've got about 500 living rooms full of people. And so we'd like to say hello to everybody in the living rooms and all the groups and specifically and especially all the new people. This business is all about the new people. And I am one gear in the cog. You know, there's so many people that have done a lot of work to put these together, and you're going to hear my voice for a little bit, and we're going to try to bring some other people up so that you don't have to listen to it all the time, you know, and that type of thing. But we want to cover some information, and then also I've got a couple of notes. I've got a couple of notes that watch how this does not make any sense right now and see if it doesn't make sense here in just a little bit. I'm going to talk a little bit about navigation. That's in my background. So we're going to apply it to what we're going to do here today. I spent a little bit of time in the sign business, the outdoor lighted signs, you know, that you see out on the road. I'm actually going to talk a little bit about that and how it applies to many of the things that we do here. I ran the state of Arizona for United Insurance for a college funding program. We've got Kathy and I, we have 4 kids. And when it was time to go to college, we had to figure out how to make that happen and ended up running a college funding program through the years they were going to college. And then I also did some living trusts. So we would do educational programs and teach people about some areas of life that may be a little bit fearful, a little bit not sure about. Usually have to talk to attorneys and that kind of a thing. It can be expensive, and we were able to take all the fear away and present some information. So what you'll see in the combination of my background is that most of the things that I've done are education oriented. In other words, most of the people didn't know anything about what we were really teaching, and then they learned, and that created a lot of value. And when I found Life Vantage about 12 years ago now, roughly, it just fell right into that, and I found what I'm doing for the rest of my life. There's absolutely no question about it. I don't do network marketing. I don't do network marketing. I do Life Vantage, and there's a difference, and you'll hear a little bit about that today. We'll talk a little bit about duplication versus sales. Duplication versus sales. We'll talk about communication and how to be more effective in communication, and also visualization. So those are the things that I want to slide into about 60 slides. They gave me 100. I got rid of 40. Okay, I got rid of 40 so that we can stay on a pattern here, and I hope it's very, very valuable. I especially want to talk to the newest people and talk about your first 90 days in business, your first 90 days in Life Vantage, or if you're just looking at Life Vantage right now to make an educated decision if this is something that you want to invest your time, your energy, maybe a little bit of capital into yourself. We'll talk about the importance and really, in my opinion, what can be the value of building a very effective and a very successful independent distributorship for yourself and your family, and what that can mean going forward. Anybody feel like we're in a little bit of a crazy world? I mean, am I the only one, or does everybody feel that there's some craziness going on? You know, and so it's obviously, if you're talking to a large group of people, and then we've got people in all 50 states, we've got international people listening in on this. This will be recorded, so everyone that has purchased the $25 that was paid to be involved with this, that helps us to cover some of the costs, you'll have a recording. You'll have availability to this information for the next 30 days. And so we recommend that you take advantage of that. So I'm going to weave my personal story into this a little bit. And here's my number one goal that I want to accomplish. And this is really, I'm stalling a little bit as more people are finding the room that we're in. We're in this huge complex. I think we've got all of this floor and maybe a couple of other floors in this huge building here at Life Vantage. And as people are joining us, welcome. Thank you. So glad you're here. Everybody paid $25 for this training. It is my hopes, it is my goal that every single person here and in cyberspace land receives 100 times the value of what you paid. So if you paid $25, I would like you to leave here today asking yourself, did I get $2,500 worth of value over this time that I spent? And if you didn't, for any reason, you find me, Dave Marquis, DaveMarquis1@gmail. Okay, you find me and I'll refund your $25 if you don't think that you got 100 times your value. Is that fair? And hold me to it. Now, I've done about 120 of these types of trainings, the Life Vantage Academies. When we were in like 30 or 40 different cities, you know, everybody was traveling crazy before the COVID and the lockdown and those challenges. And I've been putting this out every time, and I've yet to have the first person say, I didn't get my $2,500 of value, but I'm open for the first one. So if you think that's you, let me know. And also let me know, if you're gonna do that, let me know what I could have done to improve. Is that fair? Because that's what this whole thing is. This is just improvement. What do entrepreneurs do? We're talking about entrepreneurship. This is what we're talking about. We're talking about having a business for ourselves, being in business for ourselves, but not by ourselves. But ultimately, each one of us are responsible for our own business, to our families, in my case, in most of our cases. To the degree that you take that responsibility serious, I would suggest has a direct result in your personal results with this. But an opportunity like this has an opportunity to compress time in a very, very big way. We talk about creating a leveraged income. Everybody heard leveraged income? What we're really doing is we're leveraging time. And everybody's got the same amount of time. But how does it feel to have a really, really good month this week? Everybody with me? How many of you would like to have a fantastic year this month? See what I'm saying? That's what this opportunity affords. And if you pay attention to it, and there's a few little things, sometimes it's just the little thing that you've heard 8 times before. Those of you that have been here longer than 90 days, there's a few of us, right? Sometimes it's the one thing that you heard a few times, but you heard it just from a little different angle, a little different way. And I didn't hear it that way before. And that made all the difference. It made all the difference. And there is so much at stake here for each individual. There truly is. What does it mean to triple your income and free up 2/3 of your time? What does that look like in your life? Number one, do you believe it's even possible? Could you take that income and triple it again? Can you take that income and triple it again? I could introduce you to dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of people in this company that have already done that. We have a group of people that we call Pro 10s, and I want to put a thank you out to all the Pro 10s, because all I've done is watched what they've done, copied them to the very best of my ability, and then pass it forward. And that's really what all of us do. So everything you're going to see here, with the exception of just a few of the personal, anecdotes along the way that hopefully will have some value, really we're just stealing it from each other, the best practices, and passing it forward to the newest people. So really, it's just like just add water. In LifeVantage, it's just add people. Everything's in place, just add people. And that's what we're going to talk about today. Okay, fair enough. Does anybody here in the group, and are we piped into the groups? So cool, we got everybody. Hey, do me a favor. Everybody at home that has groups of people, everybody that is if you're a Pro 1 or above, everybody put a number 1 in the chat. And I just want to see them come flooding through over here. So we're testing our coordination with about 500 living rooms that are going on. We stay flexible here at LifeVantage. We can be light, we can change directions, we can move, we can have fun, we can get results, we can help people, we can add value. And this is all about adding value. If you will, I'm going to work very hard to keep this in the first person. I'm going to try very hard to not say anything like, you should do this. Because who am I to say you should do anything? I can tell you what I've done, and that's really all I can do. And you need to get that from a lot of different people. So many of you have leaders in your organizations that you've got some team things that are going on. I don't mean to interfere with anything that's going on with any groups anywhere, anyhow. So please always check with your leadership and your group and what's going on. But I want to hopefully add value that can make a difference. And I'm telling you, if you set up your life in such a way that you can go through life making a serious difference in other people's lives, you never have to go to work another day of your life. I've been involved with LifeVantage for about 12 years. I have never worked once. I would do this for free, but they just keep sending money. Now, we get paid by a computer. We get paid by a computer. How many people love being paid by a computer? I'll tell you why I love being paid by a computer, okay? It doesn't care about my background. It doesn't care about my whoops in life. It doesn't care about my age. It doesn't care about my gender, my religion, my belief. It doesn't care about anything. But if it sees 4 little check boxes, it's all it's looking for. If it sees 4 little check boxes, it sees the first one, it starts sending money. When it sees the second one, it starts sending more money. When it sees the third one, more money, and the fourth one, much more money. And we're going to show you how that works. Now, compensation plans with a network marketing company, network distribution. I feel like we're in distribution. What we're really doing is we're just setting up the global distribution for this company. And we're looking for the leaders that want to step up. And you can earn a position that we have where you can participate in every product that gets shipped by this company you get paid on. Think about that. Any product being shipped to any country, going to any customer or distributor, anywhere on the earth, anytime in life, and your family gets paid. Does that sound like a program that everyone should probably be involved with, right? That's built into our system. And so we'll handle some of those details. We'll go over the details of how that works so you're really confident about that. But I also want to give you the bigger picture, the real common sense, big picture that just makes sense. It just makes sense. And hopefully that's helpful. I got some slides. Let me get started. We got a timer. I'm 15 minutes in. That was my family. Everybody get that? That was quick. Here's family. You know, we always share family. You know, there's a lot of family in this company. There is a ton of family in this. When you come out to our larger our larger events, our conventions, we have an international convention coming up. We've got the most important event in the history of our company by far coming up in the next 90 days. And you're going to be hearing about that. And I'm going to suggest you take that extremely serious. It can change the whole direction of your family. I'm not kidding. I'm going to take a minute here and bring up navigation. What's navigation got to do with anything? I was a navigator in the US Navy. 5 years, I did 3 combat tours. If you see me having a problem lifting this arm, I got a problem lifting this arm, okay? Some injuries. I don't hear very well in this ear. 3 combat tours will do things like that to you. But what I did really, is I got to drive the ship around the world, right? That was my job. And at that time, because I would imbibe in a beer or two when we would stop in port back in those days, you know, we would bar hop across the Pacific Ocean. And let me tell you a little bit about navigation. Let me tell you about spending some time on a boat, okay? I'll relate it all back to this, so stay with me on this. But do you know, have you ever been in traffic where you're driving at 9 miles an hour for an hour? Ooh. You know what that feels like? Okay, well, when you're in the Navy as a navigator and you're taking the ship out of San Diego and you're going over the Persian Gulf, the first place you go is to Hawaii, okay? Well, did you know that at about 9 knots, 10 knots, where you get good fuel mileage, right? We had 4 DC-10 engines driving the ship. Okay. Now, it takes you a week, 24 hours a day, to get to Hawaii. It takes you a week, all day, right? Right? Okay. Now, when you get to Hawaii, take a break, load up some stuff on the boat, right? And then get back in and go again. Now it takes you 2 more weeks to get to the Philippines. When you get to the Philippines, you're only halfway to the Persian Gulf. Now you got to drop down, you know, the Straits of Malacca and Singapore, and they come up through the Bay of Bengal and into Colombo, Sri Lanka. We would usually refill and then get ready to go into the Gulf, right? And then go do what we did extremely well. We were very, very good at what we did. I mean, the best in the world. And I worked with a group of the people that were the best in the world of what we did, okay? Now, when you get to the Persian Gulf, you're only halfway, because now you got to do all your work, and then you got to come back. That's a whole nother month. My point is, you got a little time to think. See, they said, join the Navy and see the world, and I love travel. That's what hooked me. What they didn't tell me is that 75% of the world is water, and it all looks the same. Okay, they didn't tell me that part, right? So you got some time to think. On my very first, this is in the 1980s, in my very first trip over, let's say, I went down to the library. Back then, we had libraries where you could, remember the Dewey system? Dewey Decibel. So you remember, okay? But anyway, then they got really advanced and you could get cassette tapes. You could actually check out cassette tape. You remember that? So this particular library was getting ready to move to a new facility and they wanted to clear out everything. They wanted to get rid of, sell everything cheap. And I picked up a cassette set that was Earl Nightingale. Earl Nightingale, Lead the Field. Now it had 12 tapes and I was going to be gone for 6 months. 12 tapes, 6 months, virtually every day. When I came back off of that trip, I can tell you I was not the same person after listening to Earl Nightingale Lead the Field so many times. There is so much good information out there that most of us completely take for granted. It's available virtually at no cost. and can absolutely change your life. How many of you, and I'm obviously using this group and getting as much feedback over here as I can. By the way, what's your name? Rose, do you mind if I ask how old you are? We have 12-year-old Rose handling the logistics, handling 500 living rooms. Everybody give Rose a hand, please. Yes. We believe in recognition. Doesn't that feel good? Doesn't recognition feel good? She's like, no, no. Okay, so navigation. Let me get back on track. We're almost done. No, I'm just kidding. Navigation. You want to get somewhere in life. How many people want to get somewhere in life? Anybody in the front row want to change something in their life? Okay. How many truly want to change their life? I was in that exact same place 12 years ago. I had some things going on in my life that had to change. I had brought some baggage with my past into my present. I dragged some of my past into my present, and it wasn't the good stuff. You want to drag the good stuff out of your past into the present and into the future, and the bad stuff or the challenging stuff, use it as education. But I had missed some of that, and I had some challenges that I was in front of 12 years ago. We had lost everything. We had worked hard. I had made some mistakes, and I had to own up to that. And so I was starting over when I started LifeVantage. I was looking for my next opportunity when I found LifeVantage found me. But let me talk about navigation here. Let's assume you want to get somewhere. Kind of tough with my arm. You want to get here, wherever that is for you. Okay, Pearl Harbor, Singapore. We were talking about Bora Bora last night. How many people were at that leadership training? Was that fun? Was that amazing? Did we have a good time? You don't ever want to miss those. We had people driving 2-3 hours to be there last night. I hope you got your value. I hope you got your value. This is where we want to go, wherever that is for you, Bora Bora, whatever it is. Okay. Now, what do we need to know to get there? In navigation, you would need a course. What course are we on? There's 360 degrees in a circle. That's how it works there. So what course are you on? And what speed do you need to go to get there by when you want to get there? So first, you need to know when you want to get there. First, you need to know where you want to go. Most people in this planet don't know where they want to go. Most people don't think it's possible. Oh, you're wrong. Oh, you're wrong. And if you'll open up to what's possible, things can happen very quickly around you. Be very careful where you choose to go, because you can find yourself there very quickly with the things that are in place here. So wherever this is for you, we need a course and a speed. So if this was, if it was, 045 degrees, 045 degrees at 10 knots. That's my course and speed to want to get there at whatever time. But we're missing a very important piece here. We're missing the most important piece here. The most important piece in navigation is that you have to become brutally honest with yourself about where you think you are. You've got to be brutally honest with where you think you are. Because if you're not accurate with this, if I thought I was here, but I was actually here, and I went at 045 at 10 knots, I run out of gas, 40 miles, off of Honolulu, whatever it is, right? You have got to be brutally honest where you are. That's step one, in my opinion. And with the craziness that's going on in this world today, okay, I think it's even more important that you become brutally honest with where you are right now, and you get very, very clear where you want to go. Because what we do in LifeVantage is we don't go alone. We take our tribe with us. Now, does the tribe want to follow somebody that knows where they're going? That's why I paid attention to all the Pro 10s. I got my first education about network distribution and tried to learn some of these things from a gentleman that was earning over $250,000 per month in network distribution. And I said, I want to know what you know. I want to believe what you believe if I'm in alignment with it. And I want to do what you do. If I believe what you believe, if I'm in alignment with it, and I do what you do, I should be able to get the exact same results because I don't have a problem with work ethic. Okay? It doesn't feel like work. So I can do this all day, every day, right? I get energy from this activity. It doesn't cost energy to do this business. Most people, when you get confident and comfortable about what you're doing here, you never have to invest your energy anymore. When you go to do it, you gain energy from it, and it changes everything in your whole world. You never have to work again. But can you see how important it is that you've got to know where you are? Now, for me, in LifeVantage 12 years ago, I was in the category of being brutally honest. I was, and I didn't put that on the photo. I couldn't find it or I would have put it up there, was the picture of me sitting in the chair by myself in this long hallway that looked like an industrial type facility, checking myself into a 30-day rehab for alcoholism and drug abuse. That's where I was, okay, 12 years ago. And I came out of, I had earned a scholarship. It's the only scholarship I've ever earned my whole life. There was a captain who had left some money, a captain in the Navy who had left some money in San Diego, in La Jolla, at the Scripps Ranch, at their facility there. And because of my combat tours, I was able to go to this facility, even though I didn't have two nickels to rub together, and changed my life. It was just, I got a couple of ahas there. Couple of the counselors were just amazing. The third day, they put out some things that explained my entire childhood, being raised with two alcoholics in the family. Both of my parents passed away early with alcoholism, and it was cancer and strokes and just, I've seen the ugly side of sick care. It's not health care, it's sick care. You know what I'm talking about? Okay, I've seen the ugly side of that, and I didn't want anything to do with it. So anyway, as I'm coming out of this facility that I just had a wonderful, I'm your number one pupil. I want to learn everything I can learn, and hopefully I can be of value to somebody else in the future. They put us into the 12-step program. I'm not here to preach and talk about 12 steps, but I learned something from it that I think is valuable, and I applied it to my LifeVantage business, and it's got me working on Pro 10. Okay, just saying, in multiple positions, just saying. Now, if you've ever looked at the 12-step programs, and it could be about anything, there's 12 steps. Now, when they showed me in LifeVantage that they had 2 steps, they had 10 steps, Pro 1 to Pro 10, and then they added 2 more, I said, this is a 12-step program. I can do this. I can do this. Okay. So in the 12-step program, step 1, did you know this? Step 1 is the only step that talks about whatever the challenge is. In my case, alcohol. I'm allergic to alcohol. I can't have it, right? It took me a lot of years to figure that out, okay? But it's the only step that talks about that. Steps 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 is all about how to live life with integrity. Integrity. Look that word up when you get some time. Spend some time in a dictionary. You'll learn a lot of things there, a lot more than you think. Integrity with yourself, being honest with yourself. I was having a challenge in this area, okay? I learned that there was a God, and it's not me. And I was confused about that for a while. Does that make sense? I thought I could control everything. And in reality, what I had to do was release it all, turn it over, and it changed everything. But here's my point. Steps 2 through 11, all about integrity. And step 12 says, you do not get to keep your success unless you share it and pass it forward with others. Yes or yes? So what I've done, now I'm coming out of a 30-day inpatient treatment system. They've got me going to 3 AA meetings a day. They've got me in a halfway house living with sober living people for the next 9 months, 3 months, 3 months, 3 months. I can't go back home yet because there's habits there that I've got to change. I got to change. I got to change. I've got to learn about change, right? This is where I was when I learned about LifeVantage. And what attracted me to LifeVantage was it was in one of those independent distributorship things. And I've had people over the years bring different independent distributorship opportunities to me. And I would look at them all. I would look at them. I'm very comfortable with science and mathematics and numbers and those things. And I would look at it and I would go, well, here's why I'm not going to do it. Here's why I recommend you don't do it, because this is not long term. I don't think this is viable. I think you're violating business 101 on many levels here. And that's why I'm not going to do it. That happened over and over and over again, right? And then I saw LifeVantage and it started going, check, 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 check. Oh my gosh. And then I got to start to meet you people. And I said, this is family. That's what this is. So where was I? Bring me back. I'm gonna lose myself about 8 or 9 or 10 times. It's be your job to try to bring me back. But unless you pass it forward, there's nothing here. So all I've done in LifeVantage was learn from the pro temps. I wanted to learn. I was very careful about who I got my information from. I want to know what results are you getting, and then I want to know how you're doing, what you believe in, and that kind of a thing. But all I've done is applied what I learned in sobriety, in the 12-step program, if you will, and just applied it to my LifeVantage business. That is all I've done here. And it can be that easy if you want to make it that's simple. I don't want to use the word easy. You can make it easy, you can make it hard. We're all humans, we can confuse things a lot, but it doesn't have to be hard. It doesn't have to be hard. So I had to become brutally honest with where I was. I was turning 50 years old. My birthday, when I went into 30-day inpatient care. Okay? My 50th birthday, that's where I spent it. Okay? The 2010 Olympics were going on. I remember Canada was beating up on somebody with hockey, and I remember overhearing that on the channel. But the 12 years that I've been in LifeVantage is the only 12 years in my life in a row that I've had sobriety. It's the same 12 years. I find that very interesting. Okay. So in other words, I used LifeVantage to create a financial solution for my family so that I could make all the changes that I wanted to make in my life. Now, let's get off of Dave. What changes do you want to make in your life? What changes do you want to make in your life? Are you living where you want to live? With LifeVantage, we've lived in Southern California. We were a distributor in Hong Kong for 2 years. We moved up to Canada and helped open Canada. We were up there for 3 or 4 years. We spent the last 6 years in Costa Rica. We're not even open in Costa Rica, but you could do this from anywhere now, right? It's crazy. So God is my boss, or the computer in there. There's a computer right in there that is the boss, right? And as long as we're in a good relationship, right, with the computer, you can do this anywhere, any way you want. So get information from lots of different people and then make it your own. This is your opportunity. This is your business. Take the core fundamentals that is consistent with all the people that are getting the results and apply those, is my suggestion. So isn't that interesting about navigation? Now, my expertise actually was celestial navigation, right? So I had a pattern in my life in the Navy where I would get up before the sun, right? Because you had to do celestial navigation, you need a sextant, you need a pencil, and you need a stopwatch. And then you need the right amount of light so that you can see the horizon, enough light to see the horizon, but still dark enough to see the 8 or 9 navigational stars that you have in your visual, based on where you are on the planet. And with a little bit of math and a little bit of using them, you can tell right where you are. Now, does it get any more natural than that? Now, today we've got GPS, we've got all the things that we can navigate with. Guess what is the #1 primary form of navigation in the United States Navy? Celestial navigation. Why? Well, if you lose your electronics, what are you going to do, right? You better know where you are, you better be able to figure it out, right? I've always been prone to look at nature, to look at natural things, and recognize how many of those things are working just like they're supposed to, right? There's a lot of things going on in this world right now.
Yeah.
And I still look for the natural stuff.
I did it while
You
Jerry's
know what
not
I'm
home.
saying?
Just trying to do it.
Okay?
Yep, he's gonna come back and
I'm
be like.
always looking for the natural. I don't want to be politically incorrect. I don't care to be
You know,
politically
just to give you
incorrect,
an idea, you
but I
could
do
put those
draw the line at the children.
command strips
That's
up
where I
and
draw
start
my
reading
line.
it.
My suggestion is we leave the kids alone. Anybody in agreement there? That seems to make sense to me. They told us for 2 years, no problem with children. And now they're wanting to mess with kids. I'm just saying, that's all I'm gonna say on this, but I'm just saying, don't mess with the kids. I took the oath. I took the oath to protect this Constitution against enemies, foreign or domestic. And I take it seriously. And I think we're in very interesting times. And I'm so excited about the times we're in, because what's going to happen to the value of independent distributorship going forward, you are not going to recognize this world in 3 years from now, 5 years from now. And it relates to exactly what we're doing here. And if you learn this skill, if you learn this set of skills, that you will teach and that you will be ongoing learning with Life Vantage, you realize no one can take that away from you. You got it here. You get the communication skills, you get the databasing skills, you get the very basic little fundamentals of how to talk to people, make a friend, and ask a question. That's really all we do. You get that under your belt with some confidence, and you can do anything you want in this world. And that is extremely valuable. Okay, that was enough of navigation.
Here's what I
The
think. So
Salad sandwich.
sauce and chicken.
That'll be good. Sure.
proper disclosures, you'll notice that, by the way, what we're gonna do here today, and everybody keep my feet on the fire on this one, okay? If I say something that you know from a compliance standpoint, oh, they're putting out some information that we probably shouldn't use that word, we should use this word. If I say something like, stop me immediately, put your hand up and educate me on that. I am extremely teachable and I'm human and make mistakes. So if I make a mistake, please let me know, we'll correct it, okay? You notice that also, you know, when you come into these trainings, everybody says, you take your phone and turn it off because we don't want any interruptions. We're in a communication business. In my opinion, the most important thing that we do is three-way phone calls, where we do these little conference calls where two people that know what they're talking about are educating one person that's learning, right? If you've got anyone in your phone, in your database that has seen a video, they know a little something about what we're doing here, but maybe have not done a three-way call yet, or maybe even have, want to do another one. You get them on your phone, you get them, and we'll stop everything that we're doing. We'll bring them up. We'll get their permission that we're sharing this with a few friends around the world, and we'll have a three-way call. I'll sit here and do three-way calls all day long. Okay? You notice when they put up the disclosures, everybody goes, disclosure. Okay, that's it. Nobody ever reads. Let's read the disclosure. The distributor sales earnings disclosed are potential gross earnings, and some are more gross than others. Are potential gross earnings and not net of other business expenses, and not necessarily representative of actual income, if any, that a distributor can or will earn through the LifeVantage sales compensation plan. A distributor's earnings will depend on individual diligence, work effort, and market conditions. LifeVantage does not guarantee any income or rank success. See the average annual earnings disclosure. So what this is LifeVantage is saying, we can't promise anything to you, because we don't know what you're going to do or not do. That makes sense to me. If they did not have this, I would be very concerned about this company. Does that make sense? But it also says then, see the average annual earnings. Well, let's go there. These are, LifeVantage is a public traded company, traded on the NASDAQ Stock Exchange. And what that means is that by law, there can be no secrets. Everybody gets to know where every dollar in the company is at all times. And they have to report quarterly to that. So what this is the average incomes. Now, what you'll see here is distributors, and then what we call Pro 1 through Pro 10, and then 2 leadership positions. For the 12-step program, right? So we got 12 steps here. Okay, distributor rank, we've got the total commissions paid to the distributors. These are the total dollars that the computer right around the corner over there has shoveled all that money over to these groups of people. And so you'll see 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 6 million, 10 million, 7, 6, 7, and this is just in the last fiscal year, right? So take a look at Pro 4. What you'll notice here at Pro 4, well, the reason I'm honing in here is Pro 4 is not even halfway in to our program. Pro 6 is halfway into our program out of 12 steps. But at Pro 4, what you'll see is the largest number that is paid to any of our ranks from the company is Pro 4. Pro 4. What does that tell me about this company? They want to help people get a start, get results, be excited about those results,
Yeah, I have something.
so that you can understand and really formulate a lifelong business plan. I believe this is a lifetime business plan. This is not a business plan that tries to 3 years. This is not a 3 to 5 years, in my opinion. Because then I'm going to do 12 steps. As soon as I go Pro 10 and 7 different positions, what am I going to be doing? I'm going to go show everybody what we did and why and how and be of value because I enjoy it, I love it, and I think that's what we should do. And I want to encourage that, right? But the Pro 4. Now, what does an average Pro 4? These are the average monthly incomes, not the weekly incomes. We have weekly income and we have monthly income, yes? Weekly income we get from when new people join the company, whether a customer or a distributor, okay? But this is the monthly income from the reorders from the organization. This is monthly, average monthly commissions. So distributors, you'll see $5, average monthly reorder. They're just getting started. Then it goes to $58, then $239 for our Pro 3, and our Pro, I beg your pardon, the Pro 3 is $645. The Pro 4, $1,534, and that's where you first see a comma. You want to start collecting these commas. You get what I'm saying? And guess what? You can get more than one. And people are already doing it. And nobody's heard about us yet. It's an amazing combination. Pro 4, $1,500.
You gonna try it?
You know what the average Social Security check that went out last month was? $1,428. The average Social Security check in the United States of America is about $1,400. Now, where did that money come from? They took it from your paycheck every work you did your whole life, yes or yes. And then they do whatever they do with it. And then at whatever age you think you're getting it, and then add a couple more because they keep pushing it, because they have to, right? Then they start doling it back to you a little bit at a time. And the average in the United States is $1,400. We can replace that in virtually no time, virtually on a combination, that comparison, with a Pro 4 income. That is so powerful. That is so powerful. We are working on putting things together. I know we are in our organization. 90-day game plans to Pro 4. How many could get excited about 90-day game plans? I don't mean to overpromise and underdeliver. We never want to go there. We want to do everything the opposite way. But you start putting 90-day game plans together with the information and the ingredients that this company has, and it'll change a lot of things. But what you'll see here now, let's go to Pro 5. Do we have Pro 5s in the room? Who's our Pro 5s? Wow, that many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Pro 5s in this the room. Pro 5 average income, $3,248. You know what the average income in the United States for a 40-hour work week is? Less than $1,000 a week, less than $4,000 a month. About $800-900 a week is the average income for a 40-hour work week. Our Pro 5s have that on day one. On what month are we in? We're in August. On August 1st, our Pro 5s knew they have this coming in on the 15th. You already know it's coming. Before you do anything else to add to that, to increase it, to build more, to build bigger, to help more people, you already know you've got that coming in. How does that feel? How does that feel? Pro 6, $7,380. You just retired both mom and dad from 40-hour work weeks at a Pro 6, and we're only halfway through the compensation plan. We haven't even begun to, because at Pro 7, you begin to participate with the global sales, the revenue share. That happens next, right? It's not even happening here, and yet close to $7,500. You start your month, already know that that's coming in. That changes everything. That changes how you get up in the morning. It changes what you think about, what you pay attention to, who you spend your time with. It changes everything. Pro 7, $13,000 income. Pro 8. We have Pro 7s in the room? We got Pro 7s in the room. $13,347 average. I spent last night with these people. They're not average. I'm telling you. There's highs and lows, right? To make the average. The Pro 8, $25,000 a month. The Pro 9, $50,000 a month. Pro 10, average.
It is outrageous.
$89,453, and our Master Pro 10, our Executive Master Pro 10, averaging $133,960 per month. These people started out by filling out an application a few years back and started out Pro 1 like everybody else. And just worked the program. Now here's my point. Take a look at, I look for patterns, I look for trends. What can I learn from this? Now we understand this distributor Pro 1, 2, 3. You're really just getting started. You're really learning. In my opinion, your first 90 days of school, this 90-day system, this 90-day game plan to create your 90-day story, man, that's learning. That's OJT. And we're going to do it together, arm in arm. Let's go see people together. You're going to learn a lot in this next 90 days working together, right? But look what begins to happen here. $239 to $645 is more than double. Everybody see that? $1,500 over $600, more than double. Everybody see that? $3,000 over $1,500, more than double, more than double, more than double, more than double, double. You see the pattern? Why do we take promotions here seriously? You just doubled your leveraged income. What does leveraged income mean? It means when you wake up on the first of the month, you already know that's coming in. And everything you're going to do this month is going to add to it, because that's how our system works. And we get it right with that computer. How many of you, when they talk about compensation plan of network marketing companies, oh my gosh, your eyes glaze over, they got percentages going in every which way direction, and you want nothing to, are you one of those that just hate those compensation plans and trying to figure all that out? What's your name, please? Carol. Dave. Can I use you for this exercise? Absolutely. Did we talk about what we were going to do here? Okay. I'm going to teach Carol the LifeVantage compensation plan in the next 2 minutes or less. and then she's gonna come up and teach to you. She wants nothing to do with it. Admittingly, she wants nothing to do with it. Okay, we're paid by a computer, yes? Did anybody have to kiss any but whatever to try to work your way up in this corporate? There's none of that. It's just results and helping people. But that's where we get our results, is from helping people. We've got a computer. Everybody see this okay? I can't write very good with it, sorry, but please forgive me. Yeah, it comes to sound. The computer is looking for these 4 boxes. And as it gets checked off, the money flows. Okay? The first one it has to check off, it's going to look for what we call 200 points. 200 points. Carol, you know what I'm talking about when I talk about 200 points? Carol understands 200 points. Now we have a point system with our products, which makes tremendous sense. In other words, a bottle of Protandem, our #1 selling product, it sells for $49, right? And it has 40 points attached to it, kind of a wholesale point system. Well, what that allows the company to do, to have a point system like this, it allows them to price the products properly in the marketplace. It allows for currency exchange. We're in 25, 26, 28 countries now. Every other week we're opening up another country, right? And so you've got all these different currencies that you got to exchange and make work. So this point system is what makes all the math work. It really is brilliant, is what it is. But it looks for, the computer looks for, in Carol's organization, when it comes to payday, we're paid on the 15th on the monthlies. We get paid every week, and you can actually get paid daily. Once you get past Pro 3, they'll start taking that weekly pay and paying it. How many want to get paid your weekly pay every day? We got a program for that. That's all about compression. Okay, but it's going to look for the 200 points. Now, in the United States, that's going to be approximately about $250 of product purchase. That's what the computer looks like. Could be a little more, could be a little less, but in that ballpark because of the point system. Now, here's the question I had when I saw this. The person that was educating me about what Phantom is. I said, what is my customer requirements? How many customers do I have to have to be qualified?
There you are.
One. You. I said, let me get this straight. I'm a wholesale distributor for a company. I can purchase 200 points of product. I can be my own very best customer for the products in my family. I'm a customer of my wife, my kids, my house. I can order 200 points of product, and you're telling me this gets checked? And they said, yes. I said, tell me more. I said, how can you do that? Because customers are so important in direct sales. Okay, we have so many customers. For every distributor that comes in, statistically, we got 5 or 10 customers that come in. Hey, would you like to learn about our business? Yeah, maybe so. Yeah. Well, let me try the product. You ever heard that? Some people want to try the product. Some people don't. They're scared about business. I'll look at some of that stuff. But meanwhile, tell me more about that product. So we get all these customers coming at us when we're just introducing them to the business. I always introduce the business. Always, 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 always. I have never not done that. I don't have one exception. I always lead with my opportunity.
Oh, it's so good.
Always. And I qualify my opportunity with the
If you don't like
quality
it,
of
I won't
this
tell
product.
mom to try it.
My product is not Protandim. My product is the feeling that you get when you reach your goal. You've tripled your income. You've freed up 2/3 of your time. You're out helping people. You've moved and bought the house. Now you're living where you want to live, and your kids are doing the programs that they want to do, and life is working. And they're now joining the business and creating their own income. You know that all my kids are in this business. They've all graduated from college. None of them are using the college education to create any money whatsoever. Zero. They're all in my business.
So good.
You should see what's about to happen to that group of people. We'll talk more about How old are you?
I don't really.
15.
I don't know.
15 years
I'm
old,
not a
sitting
huge
on the
fan of
second
Marvel,
row.
but-
This girl is going, by the time she becomes legally able to become a LifeVantage distributor at 18, right? Right? She's gonna be way ahead, isn't she? Entrepreneurship is going to be the key of the United States of America. It has taken a hiatus for about 70 years when everybody moved in off the farms into the cities to become factory workers. And that's why in the schools, all the chairs are lined up in the rows, and when a bell rings, you move. Did you realize that? That was created by design. By design, that was created for the factory
Get a plate
workers
for
because
these?
they had a
Oh,
working
for
shortage.
underneath
And they needed to fill the factories up, and that created the industrial revolution.
I don't know what you're asking.
Now it's gonna go back the other way twice as hard. And we're right in the middle of it, getting real strong, getting ready to capture all of that. But let me get back, let me get back in my 2 minutes.
Oh,
You see how I get it? It gets away from me. It gets away from me. Okay, so if the computer sees that you've got 200 points in your ID number, everybody gets an ID number when you sign up. When you sign up, the most important thing you get is your ID number. Yeah, you're gonna get a bunch of your products, you're gonna get a bunch of your training, you're gonna get all
you
this. It's amazing what they put out. You got $3,000-4,000 worth of value in a $995, $999 startup. It's crazy value. But what the computer is gonna look for is that you've got this 200 points. So I asked the question, can I order my 200 points? Does that count the same, exactly the same? And they said, yes. I said, okay, tell me more. Now the computer looks for this box. Have you introduced this company, this opportunity, to at least one person who has begun to successfully duplicate? By successfully duplicating, what I mean is I've introduced it to one person, they got involved. They've introduced it to a few people, and one of those people got involved, and they introduced it to somebody, and one of those people got involved, and it's starting to duplicate. Are you with me? If you've introduced it to one person successfully, and the computer sees it, it'll check that box, and you can earn hundreds of dollars of LifeVantage in a monthly program. Hundreds
I'll
and
take
hundreds
the
and hundreds of
salad
dollars.
and salt that out.
There's exceptions to this. We have people that earn a lot more, but I'm just talking about salaries, okay?
Fill it up.
Can you introduce it to one person? Do you understand how the computer looks for that? If both of those are checked, the computer looks to see if you've introduced it to two people that have some success in duplication. They've introduced it to some people who've introduced. Wow. Take this thing out of my hand.
why are you hitting yourself?
I guess I
You,
need to-
you think I'm afraid of wrestling you? If it was any other girl, I wouldn't fight. You? I'm not afraid.
Oh, I wasn't gonna go to wrestle.
When I can't find it, remind me where it is. Now the computer looks to see if you've introduced it to two people successfully duplicate. If so, it checks that box and you now earn thousands of dollars. That's our pro fours.
Ow.
That's our pro threes. Right? Pro fives. You're starting at pro five. Now the computer looks,
Oh.
have you successfully introduced it to 3 or more people who are successfully duplicating? If the computer sees and can check that one off, tens of thousands of dollars. Everybody with me on this? To over $1 million a year. We have people earning. What of the people that have earned over $1 million a year that we have in this company? There are no guarantees, but we have people earning over $1 million a year in this company. What does the computer look for them? It looks to see if they're still in the home. It looks to see if they've introduced one.
I think it was just one time.
See if they've introduced 2 successfully, check. And if it's introduced to 3, check.
Yeah, that just ruined it.
Does everybody understand it a little bit better than what they knew before? Could you teach that any day of the week you wanted to? I could bring you up here right now and you could just run through that.
Hey, Mom?
What are the 4 things that the computer looks for?
Mother.
Yeah, of course. Wait, time out. This was an important question. She said, do I get to use my notes? Yes, everybody, we can all cheat. This is a cheating program. We all bring our notes with us the whole time. You can take your notes. I take my notes to my presentations, to my education business. Take your notes. Yes. Go ahead. Oh, yeah, we got a microphone coming for you. Yeah, the 500 living rooms that have a hard time hearing you.
That's right. Okay. Hi out there. I know some of you that are out there, particularly in the Philippines, probably, and in McAllen, Texas.
Okay, what are the 4 things that the computer looks for?
You've got 4 boxes.
There's more roll.
Computer is going to look, check off. Okay. So the very first one is looking for that 200 PV. Somebody, 200 PV. Each one of us can have that picked off because we each need to have at least 200 PV. That's a good place to be. It can be much higher, but we want that 200. So to be safe, we're going to make sure that we've done that, and we have our own 200 PV. Okay, the second box. My notes. Okay. This one is if you brought in at least one new customer.
These are distributor business builders that are helping us build the organization.
Okay.
Okay, so these are distributors.
These are
not
distributors.
companies.
Distributors.
See, if we have 1,000 distributors
4.
on our team, can that team get more customers than the group that has 1 distributor?
Yes.
And we have a ratio of 5 or 10 customers for every distributor. So what we want to build is distributorships.
Okay.
Okay, so what the computer is going to look for to pay our distributors.
Okay. So we're going to look and see if you've got 1 distributor, one other person working with you on that. And if you do, then we got to check that one off. Then if you look for the next one, this is if there's 2 distributors, 2 people working with you, and you together are building this business. And if you got those 2 distributors, those 2 partners, they're going to check that one off. And then they're going to go to the 4th box, and they're going to see if you've got at least 3 distributors that are helping you. You're all working together. You're making this grow. No one's doing it by themselves. It's all together. And if you've got those 3, then the computer's going to check that one off. And that's going to lead to thousands of dollars that you are going to be earning. Sounds like the MVP program.
It does, doesn't it? Let's give it up right there. Give it up right there. That was fantastic. Fantastic. Are these comp plans really that hard? You do 200 points, you introduce 1, you get it started, you introduce 2 successfully, you get more, and when you get 3. Now, this is the question I have. Are you telling me you have so many customers because of the quality of the product, because of the exclusiveness of the product? No one has this product. There's a one-of-a-kind, exclusive, patented. The only place to get it in the world is from a LifeVantage distributor, and according to the United States government and about 3 dozen universities, it's the first product to really make a difference on how your body ages and cellular level. That's just amazing. But if I do my 200 points, I've introduced it to 1, 2, and then 3. Are you telling me that I'm maxing out this compensation plan if I've done this? I'm pulling every percentage that I can get based on where I'm at, you know, now I can qualify for more stuff as the organization grows, but I'm pulling every percentage I can out. And the answer is yes. I said, sign me up, I'm in, and I'm in for life. Okay, and I've been involved 12 years since. Give her another hand. That was fantastic. So the person, help me out here, will you? I can't do that. The person that wanted the least to do with the LifeVantage compensation plan just gave you a beautiful overview on the plan, right? Now, where did I leave this? Now, if you want to keep it real simple again, take a look at this. Let's come back here to Pro 4. Pro 4's average income, $1,534 of leveraged income. This is income you know that's coming in before the month starts, yes? Okay, it's organizational income. You know where it's coming from? Remember all those 200s? All those other people are doing their 200s, aren't they? And they also have customers, and then more 200s and more customers, and more 200s and more customers. Where is it all coming from? That's where it's coming from. But what is the requirement, the volume requirement to reach Pro 4? Pro 4, what is the requirement? 10,000 points. 10,000 points. Okay? For me to do 10,000 points, it sounds like a lot. But if I have 3 friends and they have three friends, that's 9. If they have 3 friends, that's 27. That's a team of 40 people. 40 people doing 200 points is almost there. That's 8,000 points plus a couple of customers. You are there. You're past there, actually. But here's my point. The requirement for Pro 4 is 10,000 volume, but the income is 1,500. You see that it's more than 10%? You see that? That's the point that I want to make. It's more than 10% plus. I'm going to under promise and over deliver here. Everybody with me? What is the requirement for Pro 5? 20,000 points. More people, more points. What's the average income? $3,200. Do you notice that that's more than 10%? What's the average income for Pro 6? What's the requirement for Pro 6? It's 50,000 points, but the average earnings is $7,300. That's 10, 12, 13, 14%. It's over 10%. Are you with me? What's the requirement for Pro 7? It's 100,000 points, and the average income is 13,000. I can do that math. That's 13%. Everybody with me? But you see the pattern here? So I can tell people, you want to know what our comp plan looks like? You do 200 points and you should order it yourself, because now you're only ordering 3 or 4 or 5 out of our 30 products. How can you even be talking about our products if you're not at least on 3 or 4 or 5 of them? And by the way, they only make you beautiful and slow your age. Anybody want more than that? Oh, by the way, this is your company. Do you think you should probably be using your own products? What does it say about you if you don't? Interesting. If you do the 200 points, and I check 1, 2, and 3, then you're going to earn roughly a little, probably more than 10% of what your organizational volume is. And then I ask the question, how much organizational volume would you like to create with our team putting it together? Now they understand the comp plan. All the mystery is taken away. Now watch what happens when we actually go through the slides of the comp plan. All of a sudden, it all starts to make sense because you understand the overview, right? And you can teach the overview in 2 minutes, or in my case, 8, because I talked too much, right? Isn't that cool? Anybody else? Okay, let me move on. Industry company, let's talk about the industry. Belief in the industry. I kind of have a, calling network marketing an industry just feels weird to me because it's not an industry, it's a method of distribution, right? But it has its own, it has its own life, it has its own face, we kind of call it an industry. Well, what is my belief in the network distribution industry? Let's take a look at a few things. Can anybody tell me what this is? What you're looking at here? A bell curve, a bell graph, a bell curve. Products go through a bell curve. Are you with me? Let's use an example. How many of you remember listening to music on a 33 1/3 LP. Okay, you remember taking the needle, the stylus, getting the fuzz off of it and putting it onto the groove and listening to the music, right? And that's what we had. We all had all those albums, right? I think of Carole King and Tapestry, you know? I think of the Bee Gees. I think LP land, okay? Now, it got started, it grew, everybody had it, and then it started to fade away a little bit because something else came back behind it. What was that? Anybody remember? 8-track. Who said 8-track? Now, why was the 8-track tape more valuable? Why was there more value with an 8-track tape than the LP? Because now I got it in my 67 T-Bird, right? I got it in my wheels. I got it in my car, and I can skip to the next track. I don't know where I'm going to end up, but I'm going to end up somewhere on another track, right? And that took off like crazy. And then everybody had them in their car. And then it started fading out because what came next? Cassettes. Now, what was the advantage? What was the improvement? What was the additional value to a cassette? Smaller. Now I got the whole case. Now I got the case with the little clips, and I got 30 of them in there. Yes? I can record my own. The best of bread. Everybody there with me back in the day? Right? Iron Butterfly, Indigata Davida. With me? Okay. Now, the cassettes, everybody's got that. T-Day keys, punching out the little things so we couldn't record or could record. Remember all that stuff? And then it started to fade away because what became behind that? CDs. Now, what was the improvement? What's the advantage? What's the additional value to a CD? Digital sound. Way better sound. Yes? Way better sound. Now we could start doing our own CDs. Okay? CDs go to the top, and they start coming down, and they're replaced by what? MP3. Now I got 1,000 songs in my pocket that I can take anywhere with me that can be anything that I want. And guess what? Something will replace that, and something will replace that. Do we understand the bell curve? Does that help understand? Okay. Think about business today in the year 2022. Different companies have chosen to spend their life in different parts of the bell curve. Now, when I go to Walmart, I'm not saying anything good or bad about any forms of distribution. When I go to Walmart, am I likely going to get a fantastic product education? If I can find and wake up the clerk. Are you with me? Okay. Are you with me? So Walmart, where does Walmart live in the bell curve? They live over here, don't they? These are products that you already know that you want, that you need. You don't need any education. You want the best price. And so we get our toilet paper, the really cushiony one at Walmart. Does that make sense? That's where Walmart lives. Okay. Where does Life Vantage live? Where does Life Vantage live? Where does direct sales done properly, in my opinion? Where does direct sales? What's the difference between the Walmart experience and the direct sales experience? The difference is the people. Do we give an amazing value of customer service or distributor service when we're providing education of our products and our opportunity and what we do and how we do and why we do and that kind of a thing? Where you need the education, where you need the people, where you need the people contact is right here. Okay. How many people know about Protandem that wasn't educated by another person? Almost zero. And it's so close to zero, you can call it, statistically, you could call it zero. And I know, did you know that Protandem, our first product, was in GMC for a number of years? And I think they got their sales up to like a couple million. 1,000 stores. It's almost nothing. It's almost no sales. What was the missing part? There was no education going on. They tried to put it on a shelf and tried to put it over here, and then thought they were going to do some advertising. It was going to do some quick little advertising and psychology today or something, you know, and then everybody was going to flock to GMT. Doesn't work that way. They learned, like Vantage, learned the lesson that without the people, it doesn't work. And it costs me millions of dollars to own that out. As an independent distributor, taking care of my family, I love, love, love this piece. They can't do it without us, and they know it. If they could do it without us, would they do it without us? The answer is yes. They would have to be competitive. They would have to. They would. If they did not need people, they would be doing it a different way. But they've already seen that it does not work without the people. They've already gone through that lesson, and that's why the CEO of our company, that's why the board of directors of our company, that's why the entire C-suite and all of the distributors are just absolutely sold out on network distribution. Why? It's because we can provide the best customer service, the customer interaction, the distributor interaction, the education, the value. The value. When I came out of the Navy after 5 years, I was 28 years old. I navigated around the world 3 times. It was time for me. I wanted to come out of the Navy and I wanted to navigate my own life now. I've listened to Earl Nightingale 1,000 times. It was time for Dave to go out into the real world, right? And I was 28 years old. I have never had a job since. I have always only been paid based on the value that I provided to someone else. If I didn't provide value to someone else, we didn't get paid. When I understood that piece of the math, I stopped looking for money, and I've never looked for money again. I look for value. If you can provide value, the money will chase you, and you never have to go after it again. Look for the value and then provide the value. What do I mean by that? When I'm talking to someone about LifeVantage, I'm not looking for a new distributor. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for a new customer. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for a commission to pay rent. That's not what I'm looking for. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the right decision to be made by the other person or people, whatever that decision is. Let's come up with the right decision, whatever that is. And if we've done that, I feel like I've done my job. Now I go through it. I don't get no's. I don't get disappointed when someone doesn't join, because I'm extremely thrilled in the fact that I have the ability to add value to these people's lives. There may be a time in the future, 5 years from now, that it makes sense to them, or something else later. Somebody else finds them 3 years from now, or whatever. But all I look for is to add value, and there's huge value in the education of what we have at LifeVantage, whether they do anything with it or not. Now, when the timing is right for them, we want to help them get off to a fast start, make a 90-day game plan, and create a 90-day story. I believe that the 90-day story is the most important thing you can do in LifeVantage. And I'll show you how to create a 90-day story, and it doesn't matter when you start. You can start your 90 days right now, and your life never, ever be the same again. And I mean that sincerely. So bell curve, this is where LifeVantage lives. Now, I want you to think about this, and then I'm going to get back on track, and we'll run through some slides and knock some of that out. Can everybody see this okay? Everybody see the board okay at home? Okay. How long has LifeVantage been responsible for bringing Pro Tandem and the cutting edge products that we bring to the marketplace? It was 1988. So it's been, that's what was 2009. 88 is when LifeVantage got started doing R&D and that kind of thing. They're an R&D company, but in 2009 came out person to person sharing what we have. So that's been to 1920, so like 13 years, 14 years, whatever that's been. call it, how long is that? Somebody help me with the math. 13 years? Am I close? Let me use 12. It's an even number. It's gonna make my math simpler in a minute. Let's call it 12 years. Give me that. Okay, now, I'm gonna blow your mind here in a minute. And I want you to digest this and take this with you forever. And if you're really smart, you share it with everybody, in my opinion. If you look at the United States of America, the United States of America is only about 4% of the world population. So we're only talking about 4% of the world. But let's talk about the United States. Does anybody have a phone with them? A phone that you can like ask Google something? Ask Google. Are you set up to ask Google? Ask Google, how many people were born in the United States in the year 2010? Can somebody look that up on their phone? How many people were born in the United States in the year 2010? Somebody give me a number. What number do you have? That's pretty close. Everybody give me 4 million? 4 million. So in 2010, 4 million new people were born in the United States. Everybody with me? You don't have to look this up. Put your phone down and pay attention here. Roughly, if you look at how many people passed away that year, it was a little bit less than 4 million. Everybody, does that make sense? Okay. Now, what that means, in the United States, there's roughly 350 million people, depending how you count. Let me use 300 million as a simple number, right? If there's 300 million people in the United States, and on average, the ages from about 1 to 75, averages 1 to 75 years of age, it makes sense. 75 goes into 300 million 4 times. It just makes common sense. Every year, there's 4 million new people born into the United States. That means every year, roughly 4 million people are turning age 18. They're 15 and can't wait to be 18, right? So 4 million people turn age 18. And what happens at age 18 is they can legally now become a LifeVantage distributor. Yes? Everybody with me? Now, how many years have we been providing Protandim and the rest of the products to the marketplace? 12 years, we're calling. What is 12 times 4 million? Anybody? Since LifeVantage got started, there's 48 million new people that weren't even there when LifeVantage got started. Is everybody with me? Every year that we do not add 4 million new distributors in LifeVantage, we go backwards, and that's only in the United States, and that's only 4% of the global population, and we're in roughly 30 countries. Today is day one, folks. Today is day one for everybody. Every morning, it's day one, and you're first. Not only are you first, you can't even keep up with what's coming through. Does that change a little perspective on what we're doing here? And how many people we need to be talking to quickly? I thought that was helpful. Bar graphs. All right. I hope that's helpful. Let me move on. We got a lot of work to do, folks. What's the lifeline on this? In 1980, the first publication of cellular signaling. We're going to talk about the value of our product. What is different about our product? We have to have a difference in our product. We want a differentiation. We want something that sets us apart from anything because it makes the conversation so much easier. That makes sense? You want to, what do entrepreneurs do? They're improvers. We're improving on things. And there was a big leap of improvement that we need to understand that I feel isn't understood well enough yet, but it's getting there. So in 1980, It's now understood that we can access the communication pathways within ourselves, essentially opening the ability to talk with our body's internal systems. Starting in 1980, they had the discovery, oh my gosh, there are signaling pathways that we can communicate to the body. Now, if you've ever been to Asia, if you go to, pick one, Hong Kong, you go to Hong Kong and you say, I've got a headache. And you go into one of the herb shops in Hong Kong. They'll have rows and rows and rows and rows and rows and rows and rows of all these herbs. And you tell them whatever problem you got, and I mean whatever problem you got. They'll say, just a minute, I'll go pick a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. They say, you take this and it'll fix that. They can't tell you why that works. They can't tell you why it works, but they can tell you that it works. And the reason that they can tell you that it works with so much confidence is there's over 4,000 years of multiple generations passing down this education. It is extremely valuable. They can't tell you how it works, but they can tell you that it works. Now, in 1980, when they started in Western medicine, when they started noticing there's these signaling pathways that are communicating, they're beginning at a very early stage to understand a little bit about why it works. In June of '88 is the beginning of LifeVantage. One of the things I absolutely love about LifeVantage, and the reason I will be here forever, and passing down multiple generations of incomes to multiple generations in our family. This company was not created for a business opportunity. These were scientists that were on the cutting edge, that had a feeling that these signaling processes were happening, and the science was starting to kind of catch up with what they thought they knew. And a big piece of it happens in 1988 when LifeVantage gets started in the R&D area. In 1990, the Human Genome Project begins. Now, what the heck is that? You should look it up. Not now, but you should look it up. They wanted to map the entire human genome, and they set it out on this global, everybody get involved, let's get the whole world involved. And a couple of teams started competing, and we're going to get there first and all that kind of thing. And they spent billions and billions of dollars. The effort begins to determine the makeup of the human DNA and the map of all the genes in the human genome. That begins in 1990. And what year did LifeVantage start? 1988. It's kind of interesting, isn't it? It's an interesting correlation. Apparently, 1st of October. In 2003, so from 1990 to 2003, 13 years of the top researchers on planet Earth competing with each other with billions of dollars. It takes them 13 years to complete it. The Human Genome Project completed 14 April. After 13 years, 2.7 billion. All genes of the human genome are now mapped from both physical and a functional standpoint. The human genome are now mapped from both a physical and functional standpoint. What does that mean? An entire universe opens up to the researchers at this point. I mean, it's like having the Hubble telescope that you didn't have before. Before you couldn't see, and now you can see. Not only can you see, you can measure. They can measure things they couldn't even see before, that they didn't even know existed before. Now they can measure it and work with it. That's what happened in 2003. Kind of interesting. It's about the time a product called Protamid starts to show up on some store shelves. Now, at this point, the company is made up of a handful of scientists. And scientists are brilliant people. Brilliant people. They are terrible business people. And worse marketers. Yes, but brilliant people. So in 2003, Protandim NRF2 hits the shelves. It's introducing that flipping the switch on your NRF2 pathway, one of those pathways that they couldn't even see before, but now can be measured. Responsible for antioxidant production such as SOD and CATs, I guess. CATs, catalase. That's only one of the things that the NRF2 pathway does. But they're starting to see it and they can measure it. When? 2003. Come on, baby. Oh, 2009. So from 2003 to 2009, 6 years there. What's starting to happen now is the science is coming in stronger and stronger and stronger. The press is getting involved. There's an ABC primetime investigative report. There's a PBS special. An NBC is doing some morning shows. You know, the science is moving forward. The press is catching up. Okay? But what they've realized is that the sales weren't doing anything. The science was getting stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger, and the sales were doing nothing. So a couple of $1 million, almost nothing, 15,000 stores. It's like a half a bottle per month or something crazy, right? A couple of $1 million. But in 2009, like Vantage used to sell products to get out of this side of the bell curve and bring it over here to this side of the bell curve where the people can bring the value through the education. And where it begins is really with questions. We'll talk about questions. Well, those of us that were there last night, we'll talk about questions. Questions are powerful. But we can ask a question. Hey, have you heard about the new signaling process in our natural health? You know, what are you talking about? I mean, we can all stop right now and just use that question for the next 40 years. We all got work to do. But we can just, that could be it. I mean, LifeVantage moves from retail to direct sales, network marketing, offering a business opportunities and cutting edge products. You know what I like about LifeVantage? Another thing. The price of the product, when it went into people-to-people distribution, did not triple. And that's usually what happens when products go into a network distribution situation. That $49 is what they would charge.
Katie, Mom.
Quick hugs. The value is amazing. The value is amazing at this price now. But why is this price point so important? Because $49 means something different in Manila than it does in Salt Lake City. Does that make sense? And we don't want to price anybody in the world out of this advantage. And if they can't even afford the $49, let me show you how to get it for free. Let me show you how to change your life. The person in Manila that has a hard time with $49 also doubles their income when they make an extra $500. It's relative, right? Am I messing it up again? I didn't do that. Oh, thank you. So what does LifeVantage Protandim NRF2? Now keep in mind, we are a public traded company on the NASDAQ Stock Exchange, regulated by the Securities and Exchange Commission, and everything must be truthful, audited, and reported every 90 days. What do they allow us to say? Developed to fight the declines of aging caused by oxidative stress and help people live long and healthy lives. Anybody interested in any of that? Reduces oxidative stress by 40%, an average of 40% in only 30 days. The fact that that is an approved claim that can be made, we can stop the meeting right now and turn around and go to work. We can reduce oxidative stress an average of 40% in 30 days. An average, we have less oxidative stress when we're younger. At 15, we might not have as much. At 85, we have considerably more. On average, we can reduce it 40% in 30 days, an approved claim. Helps the body detoxify genes. Pregnant pause for effect. Helps the body detoxify genes, keeping the master blueprint of the cell's functions intact. Multiple patents, one of a kind, new category. People talk about category creators. We've been offering this product for 12, 13 years. I'm still waiting for a competition. We still don't have any. We could use some. Competition makes you sharper. We still don't have any. We're still decades ahead of the curve. You need to understand where you are. You know, in the navigation, where are we? Okay. Produce enzymes capable of neutralizing more than 1 million free radicals. We produce the enzymes. We give the body what it wants so that it knows to go produce more of this good stuff and just handles it in a much more effective and efficient than anything that can be done. It is by far the most important thing a person can do for yourself from a natural physical standpoint. Nature. Why am I so hooked on nature? Natural. Spherical trigonometry. Spherical trigonometry is how you find out where you are when you're doing celestial navigation in the middle of the ocean. That's what it is. But think about this for a minute. Have you ever seen a total solar eclipse? I'll never forget this. Ever. Third grade. The third grade teacher made a big deal about it. It was really cool. You know, there was going to be a total eclipse of the sun at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon in my third grade year. And so she got all the glasses that you have to have with the, you know, the filters and all that kind of stuff. And we made a big deal. Like, go watch the eclipse. And you see the sun, and then when the eclipse happens, the moon comes, and it just covers it up just perfectly where you can see the light ring around it, but barely. Is everybody with me? Fast forward 40 years or whatever, and I'm in a workshop in a how to stay sober program at Scripps Ranch in La Jolla, and they're saying, well, make a collage or give me something that what is something that you know or you think you know that lets you know that there's something out there bigger and more important than you, is really where they were going with this, trying to put us in our place a little bit, probably. And I remembered this. You realize that the sun has to be in the exact distance from the earth for that to be true, for that one to happen. That the moon has to be in the exact distance that it is from the earth and the sun for those things to line up, for all of that to happen. When you take a look and not take for granted how nature works, why would you do anything else other than everything that you can do naturally? And I tell you what, my story is all about maxing out what you can do naturally, especially in today's following. I think a lot of people are going to need a lot of help in improving and maximizing their natural health potential. And that's probably a good way of asking the question. But you got to be careful. Let me ask you something. First name? Denise. Would maximizing your natural health potential, is that something that's important to you? Now we're off on a conversation. The potential of our natural health, and nothing can do it like Protandim. Do you want to do the very best you can do from a natural health perspective? If you want to do the best you can do from a natural health perspective, You cannot do it without Protandim. You cannot do it. You cannot do it. I recommend to try that. All the Protandim, which we'll talk about in a minute. But certainly NRF2. It helps to regulate the survival genes. Now remember, they're measuring things that they couldn't even see a decade or two ago. The question that I had when I looked at this, I was so confused when I was introduced to my family. Here's why. They were telling me what, we got this really good thing, this Protandim NRF2. I said, well, what's in it? What's in this stuff? And they gave me the list of the stuff. I'd heard of a couple of them, hadn't heard of a few. But I could Google. So I Googled. And I Googled the ingredients of Protandim. And then I got confused. Crazy. There was so much documentation talking about these ingredients. There's nothing new here. These ingredients go back thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years, right? There's nothing new here. My question was, how are you getting patents on a natural product that has been around forever? Oh, it's a day. It's like a composition. It's the way that it's put together. There's this 1500%. There's this, so you can measure things that we couldn't even see before. And that's why we have patents. Now, what does that mean to you and I as a distributor going to change our lives with this? Exclusivity, one of a kind, nothing like it ever. Supports the body's natural ability to repair or rejuvenate its own cells. Now, from a trend standpoint, in an opportunity, what are the trends? Is it likely to become more important over time or less important over time that people have the ability to support the body's natural ability to repair and rejuvenate their cells? It's going to be very, very important for every one of us. There's two groups of people that absolutely should be on all these projects. This is how I handle the, what do they call the vaccination hassle or whatever. There's two groups of people that absolutely need to be taking Protandim yesterday. Those that are vaccinated and those that are not. There's my story. If you're in one of those two camps, we should be talking. Does that make sense? I hope that's helpful. All right, let's move on. It is not just us saying it, because there's been tens of millions of dollars spent by not the company, by not us, by universities that said, oh my gosh, this whole thing has cut loose. We can now see things and measure things that we couldn't even see before. We're getting patents on stuff. You're saying this does this, that, and the other. We want to see if what that holds true for us, whether it's the cancer research at Louisiana State University or the heart disease people at Ohio State University or the muscular dystrophy people or the multiple sclerosis people or. What's common among all those things? What's going on in the cell? What's going on in the cell, right? But this one, Washington State University says it's our opinion that raising NRF2 is likely the most important health promoting approach into the foreseeable future. And we own the science, 25-year patents. So the universities come, they get all excited about the science, they do all these studies, they spend all the money, they publish the results in they're changing the medical books, literally changing the medical books because of what this product has done, literally.
Yeah.
And they're putting it in the peer reviewed and the PubMeds and all of that, right? And all we do is run down to the patent office and say, yeah, give me another one, give me another patent, give me another patent, give me another. What is the value of this? To be able to say exclusivity, no to a lot, never been something like this before. The only way to get it is through a distributor, the only way. Pretty cool stuff. LifeVantage publicly traded, that went live in 2012. Why I think this is important. It is estimated that in the United States of America, as we sit here right now, that the vast majority, like over 80%, could not handle $1,000 bill that was unexpected that came up, and I just don't have it ready to go. Most people are working it. Everybody with me? I saw a report 3 days ago that says, you might want to pay attention to this at home. When I go into a new town to start a new area, like when we moved to Canada, or when we went to Hong Kong, or when we go to a new area to start LifeVantage up in the area, you know who I go see first? Restaurant owners. You know why? I like meat. Right? And they got space. And they control their schedule. And they know a lot of people. Of the mom and pop restaurants, not the franchise, the independently owned restaurants, today, 53% of them are at least a month behind on their rent to pay for the restaurant monthly rent. Half of the restaurants out there are a month behind. I recommend everyone go find your favorite restaurant that you want to do meetings at and show them a 90-day game plan to change their program and handle the rent for them. They'll love you forever and they'll host the meetings. That's how we opened up Canada. We started doing weekly meetings in a restaurant until they kicked us out because we took over the parking lot. We took, we had to go to a bigger room, right? 53% of restaurant owners cannot afford to pay for rent on their building. Now, that says a lot of different things about what's going on right now. But the trend is more and more and more and more and more people are going to be open to a discussion to talk about a financial solution. And once you handle their financial solution, they'll be grateful for the health solution also, right? That's why I always lead with the financial, always. So being publicly traded, the advantage there, most of the people that are joining LifeVantage, most of the people out there cannot afford to make a mistake in their next move. Does that make sense? Nobody wants to go and start something and lose. Anybody want to go lose $10,000? Nobody wants to go lose $10,000, right? Let me ask you a question. Pro 3, what's our Pro 3s make? They're $600, $700, $800. Does everybody have a good place for $700 to go right now? Everybody's got a very good place for $700 to go right now. And we can help everybody get that in short order. And then with that as a base, double it, and then double it, and then double it, and then double it. When you get used to a doubling of your income, now you understand what LifeVantage is all about. And why is the income doubling? Is because your value to the company has doubled. And the computer will pay you for the value. The computer does not care where the value comes from. The computer does not care how much the value is. You know the percentages, and all the percentages get paid out every time. It's amazing, but being publicly traded, there's no surprises. You can be confident and know that you're with a company that's got 20 million in the bank or whatever, right? We don't have to, well, being public, that has brought us onto a whole board of directors. We've got the who's who in the business world at the A level is on our board of directors. And they come and they go, and we get new ones, and some go, the way the board of directors works. You might recognize Erin Brockovich, right? She's fights for the little guy, if you will, and wins. We have an amazing board of directors. What do I love about a board of directors? This is what I love about being with a public traded company, is because the board of directors makes sure these people all do their jobs. This is the corporate staff at LifeVantage. Our CEO, Steve Fife. I'll go in the foxhole with you, buddy. Chief Operating Officer, Matt Cooley, amazing guy. Carl, the new financial advisor, General Counsel, Chief Marketing Officer, all kinds of cool stuff is coming out in the marketing world of this company. Chief Digital Officer, and Kristen was just promoted Chief Sales Officer. Congratulations, Kristen, amazing. amazing. But the board of directors makes sure that these people are doing what? Their job, this is what I love about this. Their job is to figure out how to pay you more money if you'll do your part. Now look at all the parts they do. The company does all the parts. The company does all the parts except for that front end of the bell curve. That front end of the bell curve where we bring all the value through the introduction of something that they don't even know exists. Right? Now, the cool thing about living in the front end of the bell curve is there's going to be no shortage of new products. There's going to be no shortage of new ahas, new discoveries, all kinds of new stuff is going to come. How many new things are going to come out in the next 20 years that have never happened before? Nobody knows they exist. Nobody knows how they work, what they do, why I should have it. And every one of them is going to need a mouthpiece to make the introduction happen. So what we're doing at LifeVantage is creating the go-to education-oriented organization, professional organization of education-oriented people introducing new product, new service, new value to the marketplace that the marketplace didn't even know existed. And we can spend generation after generation after generation. My kids can turn it over to their kids, can turn it over to their kids, can turn it over. There's no shortage of where this goes because of where we carved ourselves out. Taking products that the world doesn't even know exists and bring it to the market with tremendous value and in our case, a tremendous opportunity. Love these guys. We're the Jersey front sponsor to the Real Salt Lake. That here in Salt Lake City, the professional sports team. I heard you're going to get another professional sports team here. They're talking if it's going to be baseball or football or what it's going to be. But there's going to be another one. But anyway, for soccer, guess who is the Jersey front sponsor? So when you go out to one of our games and there's 30,000 people in the stands, all wearing what? LifeVantage. And all across, all around the stadium, LifeVantage, 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 right? How many of you have been to the games? We do these programs around the games where we have tailgate parties and bring folks out. We put out the tailgate, we bring out the beverage and the hot dogs and everything, and we tell our story. Would you like to join this company? At a tailgate, at a sporting event, and then we go into the stadium and it's got LifeVantage everywhere. How do you say no to that? So cool. Legacy. Our give back program. The important things in life. Let's hurry up and handle the money thing so we can get on with the important things in life. That's really what we're doing here. Let's handle the money. Let's get the money whole thing behind us and let's get on with the important things in life. And that's caring about other human beings. And LifeVantage has a whole organized program, especially helping the children. Do not mess with the kids. And LifeVantage stands behind that and has programs to help the kids, right? Very cool. Anybody been down building houses? Been down to build a house? Isn't that cool? Oh man, we took over this whole area of Puerto Penasco. It's a Rocky Point, Mexico, and they had a problem there. When the economy was going really good, a bunch of families moved into the area because there was work building the high-rise condos on the beach. You know, so all of these families from all the little towns far away, they all came moving in and they just basically made a camp, you know, and thousands of them. And they all have jobs and, you know, they were doing their thing, families, kids, the whole thing, living in cardboard, whatever they could get, you know. And then in 2009, when the economy did its thing and they stopped building, all those people were stuck there. And there were some LifeVantage distributors and a few people that were in the giving mode that understood the problem that was the human disaster that was happening there. If you take a trip down there now, you see row after row after row after row of beautiful homes that LifeVantage distributors have built through this program, and the school program, and the community program, and that kind of a thing. I'll never forget it. We went down, last time we went down, we rented a motorhome, and this is usually between Christmas and New Year's, usually, right? So you can sign up and be a part of that. You pay a little bit of money to have the privilege to participate and contribute, and then go down and hammer and nail and build with us and that kind of thing. But I took my family down. We rented a motorhome, picked it up in Oakland, I think, and then we were picking up the kids' friends as we were going down California. So we had a whole motorhome of kids and friends and stuff. And this was the day after, 2 days after Christmas, 27th. We stopped in El Cajon, which is outside of San Diego, which is the last super Walmart on my navigation trip to drive it down to Mexico, right? So we stopped at Super Walmart, and underneath those motorhomes that they got the big old basement, they call it, you know, it's all open underneath. And we took all the after Christmas sales. So all of the soccer games, all of the nets, we filled the basement full of stuff for kids. And then when we went down there, we set up a whole thing for the kids to keep the kids active while everybody was building houses and everything. We thought that'd be a good idea. And so that's part that we did. Our Savannah Rose, our Rose, was 5 years old at the time. And she had been collecting beanie babies, beanie bears, am I saying that? Beanie babies. And she had them all. You know, she had trash bags full of beanie babies, right? And she came down one day, we were getting ready to go on the trip. She came down one day and she was like coming down the stairs, dragging this little bag of stuff. What did she do? And she's got all of beanie babies, beanie bags. What do you call them? Beanie babies. She goes, Dad, I want to help give these to the children. Oh. So anyway, we're down there for a week. We smell like Mexico, but we've been there for a week. Okay, we've been working hard. I think we built 3 houses in 4 days. That's what this group of people can get done when you put it together. It's amazing. And anyway, it was the last day, and now we knew where the kids lived. You know, so we had all the neighborhood kind of mapped out a little bit, and it was the time to go do what we were going to do. And so her and I started walking around. We had the bag, and they didn't speak English, and we didn't speak much Spanish. And we would come up to the door, and she would, little Rose, would knock on the door, and they would come, and we would open up the bag, and the kids' eyes would light up, right? And then she's like signaling to them that everybody can pick one, you know, and the kids are like looking at Mom, like, is it okay? Yeah, it's okay. And they got to pick the one they wanted. We did this for 2 hours. And I watched our little Rosie get hug after hug after hug after hug. Now we parked the motorhome under a tree up on the hill a little bit for some shade. There was no shade. I was smart enough to park under the tree. So now we're walking back on this dirty road. Bag is empty. I got Rose in my hand. And we're wiped out emotionally, physically. In all the ways you can be wiped out, we're wiped out. And I heard her and under her breath, and she took a, she went, I'm so happy. It doesn't have to happen too many times in life, guys. But when you get involved with this group of people, making a difference out there, and you're able to bring your family along for the ride, and you teach them what's really important, there's a difference that can be made here, and we can make it, and we've got the tools to make it, and we need to up our game in a very big way. We need to start adding zeros to our numbers and start knowing that you need to add a 0 to your income, because that just shows the value that you're putting out there to the earth, because the computer knows how to handle the value. Let's all up our game. Does that make sense? I'm gonna up mine. My Vantage Legacy helps the leaders of tomorrow by touching 1 million lives across the world today, from simply helping a child in need of supporting initiatives that uplift entire communities. Our goal is simple: give future generations the support and the resources they need to live happier, healthier lives, one child at a time. Folks, we are in a very unique place in the United States of America right now. The life expectancy graphs in the United States is going down right now. Go look it up. We spend 4 to 20 times more money than the next country in our healthcare system, in our sick care system. The longevity of lifespan is declining in the United States, and we can do something about that. If we don't get it together fast, our kids are not going to inherit the same United States that we inherited. And we can do something about that too. I plan on doing my part. In 2016, we launched the next Protandem. Protandem can become a whole family of products. What does Protandem do? Pro-tandem, tandem, in tandem, together, with synergy, pro, right? So we come out, we found another signaling pathway that we could measure and get a difference on, and it's the NRF1 pathway. So NRF2 pathway, that reduces oxidative stress. What is that? Just nothing more than the aging process at the cellular level, and we can impact it by 40% in 30 days on average. Pretty cool. What does NRF1? It impacts the mitochondria. What is the mitochondria? If you take your cell phone out, if the cell phone was your cell, the battery in your cell phone is your mitochondria. How often are you plugging in your phone these days? How many days have you gone without plugging in a phone? You plug your phone in every single day. They got us plugging in phones every single day, right? When you take this product, you are handling the battery that's inside your cell. Now, the people that get, I'm not a doctor and don't pretend to play one, and I make no medical claims whatsoever. But when I'm listening to the people that are having challenges in and around some of the health challenges that are out there in the world today, everybody hear me? Do you know what they talk about if you dig deep enough? Oxidative stress and mitochondria. I'm just saying. I think this product is 20 years ahead of its time. I still think NRF2 is 10 years ahead of its time. I really do. I think this is 20 years ahead of its time. This is an amazing product. Introduce flipping the switch NRF2 pathway responsible for healthy mitochondrial function. So important. That happened in 2016. In 2019, you see the pattern? You see the R&D team? In 2019, we introduced NAD Synergizer. It found another pathway. Now, what can this do? The claim, it can double your sirtuins in 24 hours. What's a sirtuin? Sounds good. I have no idea what that is. When I heard that, I thought it sounded great, but I have no idea what it is. Somebody give me some value. What is a sirtuin? I have no idea. I lost 90 pounds, 85, 90 pounds in the last couple of years. I did it all in about 7 months. I'll show you how I did it. This product was getting ready to come out, and it was going to come out in about 90 days, and I didn't know anything about it. So I started doing what I could do to learn about it. Sirtuins and how does all this good stuff happen? Well, come to find out, there's an alignment with when you lower how much you eat, your calorie intake. If you lower your calorie intake a lot, it's really, 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 really good for you. It's really good for you, right? And a lot of good stuff happens. But most people in our country don't want to do that. You know, we're trained not to do that. We're trained that when we wake up, the first thing we should do is eat. They train us, Food and Drug Administration. Interesting that that's together. I find that weirdly interesting, right? But they train us that when we wake up, the first thing we should do is get our digestive system working again. And then eat all your meals and then snack in between, right? Oh, and eat good healthy snacks too. Yeah, yep, right? I learned about autophagy when I was learning about sirtuins. What is autophagy? Sometimes pronounced autophagy. Autophagy won the Nobel Prize of Medicine and Physiology in 2017. Tokyo, PhD. And what they learned is that when a human being goes past 12 hours roughly without consuming anything, in other words, you've given your digestive tract a rest for at least 12 hours, a whole mechanism of repair kicks in that is amazingly good for you. It's called autophagy. Look it up. Okay. Now, we know that in the United States, I would venture to say 95% of the people plus never, ever, 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 ever take advantage of this because they never, ever, 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 ever go 12 hours without eating because we're being conditioned not to. Okay. Breakfast, the most important meal of the day. I heard that once. I don't think so. So anyway, I was learning about this stuff, and that brought me to intermittent fasting, right? Going past 12 hours without eating. Now that didn't sound very good to me. Fasting, I don't know, so I just changed it. I said, let's call it intermittent eating. That sounded more positive to me. I'm going to take control when I eat instead of starve myself. So what I said, I'm going to change to one meal a day. And I want to have my meal at sunset-ish. I figured back in the days when they were in caves or whatever, you didn't start up by having a Happy Meal or whatever, you didn't start your day that way, right? You got up and you got busy. As soon as the light was up, you were out looking for food and you wanted to be back in the cave before it got dark so you could stay safe. And that's when you put your meal together. That made sense to me. I'm down in Costa Rica. I'm going to start having one meal a day. And I'm going to have it around sunset. And I'm going to try to be good about 80% of the time. 80-20 rule, right? I'll stick to my thing 80%. And when I want to have a great breakfast on a brunch, I'll go do that. If I want to have a big dessert, I'll go do that because that's included in my 20%. But in my 80%, I'm going to have one meal a day. And to start the process, I want to do a fast, an actual not eat for a few days to tell myself I'm actually serious about it. I got to get in my own head because that's where it all is for me anyway. So I had to get in my own head. So I did a 5-day fast. The first day, not too bad. Second day, a little rough. I was kind of hungry. Third day, where did my hunger go? That's weird. And me, I was always having a weird relationship with sugar. Sugar cravings, anything that turns into sugar, cravings, alcohol turns into sugar, cravings, okay? I have that in my background. I have that in my life, okay? I never had a good relationship with sugar and I could never, ever, ever figure it out. And the third day on this fast, I had no desire for any sweet whatsoever. And now going into my fourth day, my energy is starting to explode. I'm feeling, where has this been all my life? I'm asking myself. And by the fifth day, I said, I got this. I'm going to have a great meal at sunset tonight. I loved this, and I've done it ever since. 100 pounds, 100 pounds, I put about 20 back on. Kathy put about 20 back on me, is what happened. But I dropped 100 pounds in about 7 months without trying, without exercise. I'm just doing this, just changing that one thing. And I got autophagy working for me. I've heard some scientists in some of my research talking about, with some of the challenges that are going off in the health community today, some of the challenges that are out there. Do you know what one of the number one most important thing you can do for yourself is to get that autophagy working for you? And this product helps with that. This is the equivalent biologically of going on about a 600 calorie a day diet. I've taken this every day, along with all the other proteins, right? So all comes together. We can make a much bigger impact on our own natural health potential, way more than we think we can. And they're giving us the tools to do it. Belief in the product. We provide science-backed premium products that activate and optimize the body's natural processes for those that want to be healthy and feel and look their best. We just want to be our best. You want to be half your best? Nobody wants to be half your best, right? Okay. Now, all I've covered now from a product standpoint is Protandim and the 3 Protandums that have come together. Okay, that's really what we've got. We realized that science made a major breakthrough with the Human Genome Project, and we can now measure things that we couldn't even see before. And LifeVantage is Johnny on the spot and has the most powerful things, and nobody knows about it yet. Today is day one. Now, what we've learned how to do is to combine our products in such a way that we can broaden our offerings, right? And take advantage of all of these things we've learned. So we've categorized up these products. So if you're having a conversation with someone, the reason they did this was just to make our conversations easier, to make our conversations more simple. So I can be talking with anyone. Hey, what, and I don't answer this, but you know, what health challenges have you most concerned these days? You know, you got to ask it in a respectful way. But you get a conversation happening and say, well, I really have these gut challenges. Things just aren't, you know. So if it kind of leans the gut a little bit, well, we can talk a little bit about gut health or energy or immune health or weight management or skincare or all of these different things we can talk about, and then have a product set ready to go that gets them on their way to their 200 points. Hello. Let's get everybody on 200 points. Let's get everybody qualified to receive the money. Do you know that the company sends out half of the money that comes in? Roughly half of the money that comes in on all the product sales goes up on every product sale. 9 people get paid every time, every single time, and there's no exceptions. They might as well get paid. So if you want to do some anti-aging, we've talked about the Protandems. That's what we've talked about the last 30 minutes or so, right? Now they've got this Tri-Synergizer, which is all 3 of the Protandems in a little handy dandy thing where you pull this out and it's in a little package and you got it all ready to go. And you just swallow it. You don't need very much of it, so you just take one. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5 little tablets, whatever you call it. So you just rip that open, take it, you're done for the day with Protandem. That is so cool. And it's got little check marks on the side where you check mark each day so you don't miss a day. So cool. General wellness, we have these different stacks where we can begin adding omegas. We can add a product for your vision. Is anybody getting older? Is anybody's vision decline as we age? All of us wearing glasses, isn't that funny? Right? I've had to revert back to a less stronger one since I got on this product. I think this is a sleeper product. I think this will be huge, huge. Oh, and it's so easy. I noticed you're wearing glasses. Do you wear glasses or contacts mostly? Readers. Okay, I'd like to talk to you about something. Everybody's wearing a sign on their face that says, come and talk to me about that. Yeah, interesting. The omegas are amazing. There's so much good science on omegas, and the vast majority of people don't take them. Amazing. And this is an amazing omega priced right. The vitality stack. So we can put these different combinations of products together that have synergy together that are much stronger than taking them individually. And again, you're doing the best you can do for your natural health potential. So that's, how about immune health? Is that important to anybody? So what we have is a daily wellness program. We have a daily wellness where you take a scoop out. We do a blender we do a blender and add all this stuff, a little bit of Axiom, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of prebiotic, we do a whole blender full of stuff and we make the flavors we want and that kind of a thing. Probiotics, prebiotics, these are so important. And for the vast majority of Americans that have never taken any of these, from a percentage standpoint, the vast majority of Americans have never taken a prebiotic or a probiotic. They have no idea what they're missing. Energy. We've got the Axio product that is smart energy. $65 billion is spent every 12 months on things like Monster. Have you ever looked at the ingredients of a Monster or any of those? That you go to any Circle K, any set, whatever your convenience store is, you go in there. It used to be beer and pop, and then it was beer and pop and water. beer and pop and water. Now it's beer and pop and water and energy, isn't it? $65 billion. And we're playing in that market with just this one product. This is so healthy. This is so good for you. They are giving it to the kids with the ADHD, the non-caffeinated version. We have a caffeinated and non-caffeinated version. Give them the non-caffeinated, and you can see the before and afters in their school. I mean, you only have to see it once close to you to understand what's going on here. But you want some energy, this is an amazing product. And it's not, it's brain food. It's really not, it gives you energy. Energy is a side effect of this product. What it's doing, it's feeding your brain in a very powerful way. And it feels really good. Energy, instant boost anytime. Gut health, talked about that with the prebiotic and the probiotics. And the physique, yep, the prebiotics. Together, if you've ever had any challenges in these areas, you don't want, right? And you want to be proactive in this area. They're talking now that the gut, there's a second brain in the gut, and the gut and brain connection. They are discovering that there is way more to that situation than we understood before. And we're able to target that and really get that working in a meaningful way. And once you get on this stuff, you will never get off it. I tried once. I got on everything. I said, well, I'm going to experiment a little bit. Okay, I'm not going to take this for a little bit. I'm not going to take this for a little bit. And I'm going back. Why would I go that way? Weight management, not weight loss, weight management. If you do some of the things that I might suggest from watching how many meals you ate, tap into that autophagy. Do you know why autophagy is not being sold very much out there? There's no money in it. It costs no money not to eat. It costs no money not to eat. If you try it, you'll never go back. It's one of those. It's one of those that if you'll try it, you'll never go back. But we've got the proteins, we've got the fat burns, and when you combine that with the others, it's you're really taking care of yourself here. Skincare. Skincare number, I love this stuff. I love this stuff. Oops. I love this stuff too. Thanks. This anti-aging cream number 4. I'm amazed every time I look at the price of this thing. I can't believe this is not $300 or $400. This is like, what is it, 70? It's ridiculous what the price point of this product is. You know what this smells like? How many like the smell of number 4? You know what that smells like? Costa Rica. That's what that smells like. A facial cleanser. My family, I married a Sullivan. She's a blonde, blue, San Diego Sullivan, very fair skin. They can't put most stuff on their skin, our girls. Love, love, love this. We got this by the case, literally, by the case. Perfecting lotion, eye serum, the anti-aging cream. It's so weird when we go to the Life Vantage meetings, like we've got this international convention coming up. It's like a family reunion. We'll have people coming in from 30 countries. And we've been doing this for 12 years-ish. You know what's weird about this? I got involved about 11 years ago, roughly. But I will see people that I met 11 years ago when we first started doing these, and they look younger today than when I met them. It is weird. It's weird. Anyway, the eye serum, the beauty serum, the facial cleanser, liquid collagen. Liquid collagen. I have fallen in love with this. You know what's interesting in my household? My girls were already on a liquid collagen. I watched them. They were, for about a year, they've been taking a liquid collagen. I knew nothing about it. You know, I learned fast, but they also went on, then they started taking this and hey, this is different. We can tell. That was important to me in my household, you know, but I love this product. Now, I don't know this is what I learned about collagen. Roughly 1/3 of the protein in your body is collagen, right? So on the inside of your body, what's happening when you take this is amazing. I use this now to wash down the other stuff. Right? Now, I don't know anything. I don't know anything about collagen. So I drink 2 every day. That's my solution. How am I looking? Okay? So, amazing product. Any one of these puts us into about $150 billion a year of industry, which means that's the monies that are already being spent on these types of products. And now we're coming out with a solution that we can utilize our NRF2 technology and do some things in combination with the skin, and then taking your prostandum with your collagen. I like to take 2 of these and then I cool them down. I put them in the freezer for about 5-10 minutes, right? And then I get my prostandums and all the rest of them ready to go, right? And then I have a ceremony. I have a ceremony. I make it important. Seriously, I have a ceremony my own little way where every day I bring my products together and I get my 2 and I shake them up a little bit, because now there's just a little bit of ice on the little top part of it because it just started this week. And I shake it up a little bit and I put it in and I drink it down. And I know that I'm doing the very best that I can do for my children's father. I think you should. Whoop, 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 whoop. Hair care. I don't know much about hair care either. Shampoo, conditioner, scalp serum. I've gone through a whole bottle of this stuff in just like this last week, because I just recently did this so I could be cooler. Amazing shampoo, amazing conditioner, amazing scalp serum. I didn't even know a scalp serum existed. I was taught by LifeVantage, and now I use it every day. I love it. These are extremely clean products. And what I mean by clean, if you go, is anybody reading, when you go to the grocery store, before you put something in your cart, are you looking at the ingredients? Are you reading ingredients? You better be. And if there's anything there that's more than like 7 or 8 letters, you should put it back. Right? If you can't pronounce it, don't even start. Right? There is so much chemical. We are being chemically poisoned in a number of ways. It wasn't that long ago that chemicals didn't exist. And then with the petroleum industry, chemicals came. And now they're figuring out all the different thousands of ways that they can add chemicals into our world. And now it's up to each individual. Do you think the government's going to take care of this for us? Or do you think it's going to be up to us to take care of this individually and for our families? That we have to take responsibility for our own personal, natural health potential. These are extremely clean products for the environment, more important, for your environment, right? Everybody with me? Personal care. The True Science Beauty System with the body lotion and the deodorant and the body wash. Family's loving that. Let me show you how to have fun with products and not be so serious, okay? Any married couples in the room? Do me a favor, married couples, stand up. Okay, if you're married longer than 5 years, stay standing. Everyone else sit down. Didn't lose anybody. If you've been married 10 years or longer, stay standing. Didn't lose anybody. 15 years or longer, stay standing. 20 years of marriage or longer, stay standing. Folks, do you realize the type of people that are attracted to LifeVantage? These are stickers. These are people that understand commitment. Would you agree? Okay, what did I leave off? 25 years or more? You guys are married more than 25 years. So how long are you married? 40 years. Give it up for them. 40 years. Now stay there. I have a gift for you. Thank you, corporate. I have a gift for you, and this is this one. Okay, the True Science Body Butter. Now, stand up, turn around, because the camera's over here. Okay, because I'm gonna read the instructions to you. My instructions. Instructions. You cannot, by any stretch of the imagination, when you go to apply this, do not apply this to yourself, but use your partner to apply to one another. I'll leave the rest up to you guys, okay? Body butter, we can sell a ton of this stuff. Are you kidding me? Body butter. I need a cup of. Thank you for participating with what our just example was. Body rub. Don't go there. Body rub, soothing balm. Now, why is this a different category? Because this is targeted. This is taking advantage of some other natural ingredients that can help with pain relief. Okay, and these are also targeted in here. Take a look. There could be more coming out of this category, right? Soothing balms. I love this stuff. I love this stuff. It goes right here. Pets. The science holds true in our products for mammals. Mammals, and humans are mammals. Most humans are mammals, right? And our dogs are mammals too. How many of you have put the Protandim products for the pets, for the dogs? Is that amazing? We were feeding our dogs Protandim before we had this product. We would take the Protandims and break it in half and wrap it in a piece of cheese and give it to the dogs. And then they came out with this. It's already formulated dosage-wise, right for little dogs, medium dogs, big dogs, and that kind of a thing. But we have dogs now that will not die. It's the weirdest thing. They will. I mean, 40-year-old, poodles. I mean, it's weird. These dogs will not die. I'm only slightly exaggerating. Liquid collagen. How many have tried that already? It's a brand new product for us. What? You loving it? You guys look amazing. I'm telling you, you look amazing. Does it, when you feel good and you look good and you feel good that you look good and you know it, it just gives a little bounce in your step and a little confidence. Yeah. Do me a favor, erase that when you can. I forgot my belt, so if my pants fall off, somebody tell me. We offer people around the world a much better path to wellness and healthy, vibrant life. I just added that. Favorite product. What's your favorite product? Let me get a little feedback here. Let me get hear some voices other than mine. Let me hear some favorite products. What's your favorite product and why? Stand up and turn around and tell the 500 people sitting in living rooms what your favorite product is. Here's a leader. Thanks, sir. Don't clap, don't clap. Hold all your applause to you. Thank you. Favorite product, favorite product. Some say it saved my life. Thank you. Favorite products. They can be more than one. Beautiful, thank you. Favorite products, stand up and share. Where'd it go? Okay. Cut. Take two. Now we're going to do it where they can hear us. Okay, so let's start over. Now that you've had a practice run, now that should go fast.
My favorite product is Protandim NRF2. I found it when I was really bad health, needed it bad, saved my life, and I love them all. But that's my big guy.
It saved your life.
Yes.
It saved your life.
Yeah.
LifeVantage products are not designed to treat, cure, prevent, mitigate disease processes. They're just right on. Right?
Right.
But you look fantastic, buddy. Now you look fantastic. Share the mic. Pass it on to somebody else.
NRF2 Protandim. It definitely changed my life. feel a lot better, and some say it saved my life.
Pass it on. You get to pick somebody.
My favorite product is Axio. I love all of our products, but Axio is by far my favorite. Being a busy mom of 5 kids, it just keeps me going. I feel good. It helps a lot with my mood. My husband warns our kids, if I don't have Axio, they all better be nice to mom today because I don't have it, because it just helps a lot with that mood and I don't get to crash after. And collagen is quickly becoming #1. It's fighting each other right now. So 2 favorites.
Very cool.
Exactly. I'd say collagen is my new favorite because of the results. I feel great internally, externally, I'm seeing the differences. But my go-to is that the True Science Anti-Aging #4. That has been a game changer. And to be able to use that product for 9 years, typically I would go through skincare lines because my body would start rejecting it. And this one doesn't. So amazing.
Beautiful. Pass it on. You get to pick somebody.
They're all, I mean, I do love Axial. I'm alcoholic. I gave up my Diet Cokes.
Woo! Giving up Diet Coke. Let's hear that one.
That was
That's a
amazing.
life changer right there.
It absolutely was. I use my Protandim. I use it in times that I would normally have to have something to slow my heart down.
Good.
And I can take my Protandim and a little extra, and so I like it. And then I'm not big on facial makeup, as you can tell, and things, but I have fallen in love with the collagen. I wish I'd have taken more before pictures so that I could share those things, but and that's what it's doing for my joints, for my hip and my knees.
Oh, your joints. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. You get to pick somebody. You get to pick somebody. You get to pick.
All right, well, I love all the products too. I agree with NR2 being my favorite because that's making the difference deep down, but I love the collagen. I love what it's doing for my skin, and I also love the pet tandem. We have a little dog. We thought she was ready to put down, and people come say, put that little puppy down. She's just laying around and not feeling very good. And her eyes were milky white. She was running into walls. We had her on the pet tandem for, I wasn't paying attention, but the next time we had a family party, people were like, what happened to Honda? And her eyes were black. She was running around the house like a puppy. And I love it. We give
Beautiful.
it, and I was gonna give it to my daughter-in-law's dog, and she said, no, I don't want it to live that long.
You get to pick somebody that has to talk.
I'm just brand new, but I started on the NERF1, NERF2, and the NAD for myself because of a lot of health issues that I'm trying to overcome, and my boys who have struggled with ADHD and a lot of mental health problems after my husband passed away. And just everything that I've learned, I'm really hopeful that it's going to be life-changing for us. So this is like week 2.
Fantastic. Week 2 in the company. Welcome to Life Manage. Welcome to the family.
I'm Bentley, and my favorite product's NAD because it's been life-changing and for me, and it's super good for my mental health, and it's just my favorite, and I can't go a day without it.
I'm sorry. Did you say mental health? May I have your permission, if you don't mind? And if you do, shut me down. How has it helped you? I'm curious.
Doctors were trying to push me on antidepressants like Prozac, and all the doctors were trying to push me on tons of antidepressants because I was
Okay.
really struggling with like suicide and
Right.
depression and all the things.
Right.
And we were trying to stay natural, and so we waited for NAD to come out.
Yeah.
I took it, and within 15 minutes, I felt something for the first time in years. And so that one's been life-changing, life-saving.
Thank you for
So,
sharing.
yeah.
Appreciate that very much. Anybody else want to talk? Let's wrap this up. Thank you. Everybody give everybody a hand. And everybody at home. I think I'm off. You do? Thanks, sir. We offer people around the world. I added that word. I added the word much better path to wellness and a healthy, vibrant life. How many lives do we get? What's the date today? August 2020, August 2020. Will this day ever happen again? It's 11:35. Will 11:35 on August 2022 ever happen again? Is that a little thing or a big thing? Give that some thought. Vision. We inspire the remarkable through wellness products and entrepreneurial programs that help people feel better and fuel their purpose. Could there be a more important cause? To help people feel better and fuel their purpose. Question is, what's our purpose? That's the question. What is our purpose? Is there someone in the room here that thinks they know what they want to do with this opportunity of Life Vantage? You think you know what you want to do with it? Maybe somebody that wasn't there last night. Can I use you? Yep, come on up. We know each other. We go way back, so I'm going to use you again. Do you know what we're going to do?
No.
You have no clue. We've got a microphone coming up. Okay, we're going to talk. Thank you again. We're going to talk about, I know you feel better. I know that. Let's talk a little bit about purpose. Okay. If it were possible, and I know that it is possible, but in your mind, if you believe it is possible, and I just have to pick a number. I'm going to use some examples here, but I just have to pick a number, so I'm going to pick one. Do you know, and I want everybody at home to do this too. Do you know the dollar amount that is required to come into your household every month for your household to work? You know that number?
Approximately.
Approximately, okay. So you know that what that dollar amount is, and hold that up close enough, okay. Take that number and multiply by 3.
Sweet.
Okay, you got that number in your head.
Yes.
Everybody at home, you know what the dollar amount that you need to bring in home every month to make your life work. Take that number and multiply times 3. Everybody got that number in your head. Now, imagine that number coming into the household before the month even starts. So that number hits your household before the month even starts. Now, everything that you're going to do all month long in building this business and doing what we do and share and show and tell and follow the leader and all the things we learned in kindergarten, which really prepared us for this business, right? Sharing, show and tell, follow the leader, right?
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yep.
That's why we can do it, right? Okay. Now, imagine that that money is coming in before the month even starts, and then everything that you do through the month is just going to pile onto that. You with me?
Yes.
Now, that has now happened month after month after month after month after year after year. Okay, you get me? Okay. With that setup in your situation, for most people, we're not talking about Lear jets and limousines, we're not talking about that. But for most people that was in that type of a situation, you now have the ability to design your life, as opposed to working on making a living. Understand the difference? The opportunity to design our lives the way we want it to be, as opposed to working on making a living. Now, my question for you, there is no right or wrong. There is no two alike. No pressure. How would you choose to design your life?
More time with more of the family and more sharing of this impact for people's health and their own lives.
Okay, so more time with the family. Let me dive in there a little bit. I'm gonna dig a little bit with your permission. What does that mean to you, more time with your family? Because that could mean different to a lot of different people. More time with your family. What does that mean to you specifically?
More events with them, more
For
travel,
example, what kind of events?
get-togethers for meals, Christmas, Thanksgiving,
Okay,
birthdays,
okay.
time that I won't get to have again later.
Time that I won't get to have again later. Okay, love that. Okay, now imagine in our little workshop here, you're going to all the birthdays. This is actually in place now. Take yourself mentally and emotionally, take yourself actually to that place. Visualization, full emotion, full emotion. Feel the bank account, feel the confidence, feel the time with the family. You're at the birthdays, you're not missing anything, you're always there for them, okay? That's in place, that's in place. Everybody with me? That's in place. Now what do you want to do?
Travel,
Travel. What's that mean to you? That could mean lots of different things to lots of different people.
I'd like to see a lot of the country I haven't got to see yet,
With this country,
of this country.
where would you like to go in this country?
Let's see, Niagara Falls,
Good.
the Dakotas, the Grand Canyon again. Shoot, where do I start?
And how would you do it? Would you fly in the hotel? Would you motorhome it? I mean, how would you choose to do it? This is your design.
Combination of all you
A
just said.
combination of all of those things. That sounds like fun. Okay, now imagine you spent a couple of years and you did the tour of all the national parks of the United States and hit most of the state parks. You've got the photo album. You've got stuff all over the back of the motorhome of all the places you've been. You keep showing back up at all the birthdays because you're committed to that. You've done that. You've done it. Now what do you want to do?
Go to Costa Rica, Dave.
Go to Costa Rica.
Pro six.
We have a little program going on in our group where hurry up and get to Pro 6 and we'll bring you down to Costa Rica for a week and talk about Pro 7. And he's almost there, right? So we're working on that. So, okay, so now you've been to Costa Rica. We caught the marlin. We went scuba diving. We found some fearful things that we thought we wouldn't do that we did. And we got that photograph. Now what do you want to do?
I'll have to think about that. I'm beyond thought that I've ever wanted to.
Did you hear what he said? He said, I'll have to think about that. That's beyond what I've ever thought about. I've been doing this for a number of years. I've done this in probably 120 times with these types of trainings. Most people can only get to 2 or 3 things and then they have no idea what they would do with their life because they've never had the opportunity to believe that it's actually possible. So they don't allow themselves to even go there. Here's my suggestion. My friend, you have to know. You have to know what you're going to do. And you got to get it very clear. You've got to get it very crystal clear in your mind because that's where it comes from. It doesn't come from this. It doesn't come from this. It comes from this. That's where it comes from. Got to get crystal clear on what you're going to do. And then when that's done and checked off, what's the next thing? What's the next thing? Okay. You got to know what the, oh, he's got some ideas.
Destination, where I'm at, time to get there.
He's exiting himself from the stage. Give him a hand. You have to know. Now, most people, when you ask them, where do you want to travel to? They won't tell you. But have you ever smelled the air in the Sistine Chapel? Looking up at that artwork, you can smell the air and it'll never, ever leave you. You can have some experiences in this world, and this company will take you there. We've been on dozens of trips with this company. And you know what we do as a family? We made this one of our designs. For example, we had a cruise to the Mediterranean a while back. So we're going to leave out of Barcelona. Okay. We wanted to teach our daughter Spanish. We were getting ready to go to Costa Rica. So we made her, she was 9 going on 10 years old at the time. We made her do all the navigation. And what we did is we went over a month early and we toured Spain. See, we said she's a horse rider. You might have saw the picture on the horses. She's done some amazing things on horses. And we took her to the southern part of Spain where those horses are bred and special Spanish horses. And they have a college there, a university that is just equine. It's an equine college. And we took her there, you know, but we made her for a month. We went for a month to travel around Spain before we caught up to Barcelona, where we'd catch up with the rest of the LifeVantage folks and get on the cruise and then do the whole rest of the Mediterranean, right? Because that's the trip that we won, right? So because of LifeVantage. But she had to do all the navigation. I'm a good navigation teacher. She needed to learn. So she got us to the airport. She got us to the right gate on time. When we got to the next town that we were going to, she got us to the taxi cab and got us to the hotel. And then she did the navigation in Spanish as a 9-year-old. I'm suggesting experiences like this can open up your world a lot. And it's all right there for the taking. It's all right there for the taking. So you can design it any way you like, but LifeVantage will help you grow and experience in a lot of different ways. That's just amazing. And then we get to do it together as a family, which is so cool. How are we doing time-wise? They say we got 6 hours, no problem. Okay, so now we're actually getting to the four core things that we were here to talk about 2.5 hours ago. What are the 4 core commitments? How do I succeed? How do I succeed in this business? I want to know what the people that went before me did. I want to know what they committed to. I wanted to know what they believe and why they believe it. And if I'm in alignment with that, I will choose to believe that also. How many people understand belief is a choice? Belief is a choice. Once you make your choice, then you need to really reinforce that in yourself. But with all the marketing that is going on today, with all of the difficulty in getting the truth in this world, in my opinion, okay, we are being marketed at such a pace. And is it likely to increase or decrease as we go forward in technology advancements, right? It's only going to get more and more and more and more important. And the more that we as individuals can stay grounded in the natural way, it can really make a difference. What do? I turned this around. You'll notice on the forms that have gone out on these, it's in the reverse order. I put it in this order because I think it makes more sense. Lead by example is number 1. Lead by example. Now, what we're talking about here a little bit, let me just cover my notes. We talked about the navigation, still haven't talked about the sign bills. We'll do that. College fund, we'll do that. College trust, we'll do that. Duplication versus sales. This falls into this category a little bit. Many people that join LifeVantage do not come from a sales type of background. Okay. And when those people come into LifeVantage, they may see it as a sales opportunity and think, okay, now I've got to start understanding and getting good at sales. I'm here to suggest that there's a big difference. There's some very important differences between sales and duplication. I'm going to suggest that this is a duplication business model, not a sales model. Now, do we sell? What do we sell? What we really sell, if I can use that word in its appropriate meaning, we really sell ourselves to the prospect to come and join our team and our leadership program and our way, right? We sell ourselves. We sell ourselves all the time. And we got people married here 40 years. There was some selling going on. Yes? Okay, we understand that. Now, but there's a difference between sales and duplication. Here's a fact. 95% of the world, or the United States, wants nothing to do with sales on either side of the equation. They don't want to be sold anything, and they don't want to sell anything. That's 95% of the people. The other 5%, there's different degrees of professionalism in sales. When sales is done correctly, it is beautiful. It is one of the most beautiful communicative interactions ever, because everyone wins and everyone gets much more value than whatever the dollar transaction was. That's when it's really professional. But what we're talking about here, lead by example. How much do you pay for a Protandem NRF2 bottle? $49. Right? Everybody else pay $49 for a bottle of NRF2. Okay. What does your preferred customer pay for Protandem NRF2? $49. Now the company is going to send you a little bonus, right? But there's not a tremendous amount of profit in any percentage with a $49 product. Even if it were 99%, it's still not very much money. Agreed? We want to work hard to keep the price of our products as low as possible to not price anybody out of these benefits. That is important to go worldwide in what we're going to do. I am probably not going to make a very successful living sending my kids around the world or college or all the things that we want to do or whatever if I'm selling Protandem. Does that make sense? Everybody with me on that? The product would have to be $149 and I make a $100 commission when I sell it to you. And now all of the motivations are not in the right place. Make sense? When you take the price down to $49 and you allow your preferred customer to get the product for $49, but you're still willing to take half the revenue of the company and give it to the people doing it. Gosh, right? They're aligning the motivations in the right place, right? Now, leading by example, if I'm looking to build my organization and I want, pick a number, 1,000 distributors, because I know 1,000 distributors will bring me 5,000 to 10,000 customers, because that's how it works, right? So if I'm picking a number, I want to build an organization that introduces people, that introduces people, that introduces people, and that's all tracked by the computer, and I want to build a group of 1,000 people, okay? If I come to you and my introduction or your first impression is me selling product, selling product, selling product, selling product, selling product, selling product, does that feel like something that you want to do? Not for 95% of the people. And even for the other 5% that might like that, when they hear that it's $49 and $49, that there's no money here. That doesn't make sense. They don't understand our system, okay? So the difference between sales and duplication is a key thing to understand. In other words, the only thing that I should be doing with another person, I always ask myself, is what I'm about to do or say, is that what everyone should be doing and everyone can do? If everyone can't do it, and everyone shouldn't be doing it, I shouldn't be doing it because I'm outside of duplication. I'm always going to attempt to run everything I do through duplication. This is a duplication business model. I want to be able to teach you the comp plan, and you can turn around and teach her the comp plan in a way that she can turn around and teach it, in a way that she can turn around and teach it, in a way that she can turn around and teach it. Anytime that we step outside of that, we've just crushed duplication. We've just crushed the growth of our organization. Duplication, study duplication. Now, people from a sales world might have some communication skills that are valuable. They might have taken some time to learn somewhere in their life along the way about communication and asking questions and how powerful some of those things can be. So that might be something to learn, right? But everything we do is all about duplication. Now, if I'm going to go sponsor a new person today, I feel very confident in the information that I understand. I feel confident that I can teach everything. I really do. I have a high confidence level on our results and what we chose to believe and how we do what we do and et cetera, et cetera. But if I'm sponsoring or looking to recruit you potentially into my organization, should you qualify, okay, I am going to do everything to introduce you to somebody else that does all the talking, right? I want you to come away from the process going, well, all you did, Dave, was ask me a couple of questions, and then you introduced me to somebody else, and they seemed like they did most of the work. Showed me some videos. Got a question. Can I get access to those videos? And do I have someone that I can introduce people to? Yeah, you can become a multimillionaire now if you want to. No guarantees, right? I don't know your work ethic, right? I don't know your follow through. Lead by example, in my opinion, is being duplication, being duplicable, copyable, right? This is can I use my notes? Yes, use your notes. Now, when she comes up and uses her notes and she's going, okay, I just learned this. And now if we do this check and that check and that check and that check, and then everybody else in the room is going, if she can do that, I can do that. Everybody in LifeVantage needs to be saying, if they can do that, I can do that. Everybody needs to be saying, I can do that. I can do that. I can do that. Lead by example in those integrity areas of doing what you say you're going to do. You know, these are basics. They're basics in business. They're not necessarily basics in life, depending on upbringings, etc. But doing what you said you were going to do long after the feeling that you said it in is gone, right? So lead by example. Number 2, attend, support, and promote the LifeVantage events. Why? Why? We got these events. We got an international convention coming. We have the most important event in the history of this company happening in less than 90 days. We've got one event like this coming up in another 30 days, and then we got the big Mahama coming, right? That can change your life. But why do we go to the events? It's where we learn. Yes, it is where we learn. What else? Who said the duplication? The duplication machine. How am I going to support a group of 1,000 people in my mind? In my mind, I've got 1,000 new people, about 1,000 new distributors, each with 5 or 10 customers, because that's what it looks like once you get 1,000 distributors. Okay, that's what it looks like. So, how am I going to support that group? LifeVantage has a system that we don't have to. The system will support the group. Everybody just needs to do their part. And what is their part? Show up. If you don't show up, what's the likelihood that your main 3 people are going to show up? Or maybe you got main 30 people. You don't have to stop at 3. There's no limit to how many people you can sponsor. Okay? Are they going to show up? And what's going to happen to their people and their people's people and their people's people and their people's people? What are the chances when they don't take advantage of this? So every time I go to an event, I see blue and I see all the Pro 10s. They're all there, right? I see all these 9s and 8s and 7s. They're all there. Most of them, almost all of them will tell you they've never missed an event. That's a clue. So if I'm hearing from the people that are succeeding that they never miss an event because that's the system that supports thousands of people, that you've got to do your little tiny part and show up, right? They're all doing it. Okay, I'm going to make the conscious decision. I'm going to choose to believe that that is true and accurate, and I need to do that. And I have never missed an event. I can say that. I want to be able to say that, so I show up at every event. 2 exposures or follow-ups a day, every day. 2 a day, every day. You hear that bantered around. You'll hear it more and more. 2 a day, every day. Here's why I love this. Anybody can talk to a couple of people a day. Anybody can talk to a couple of people a day. Okay? Anybody can do it. What I love about the everyday is that it builds some consistency here. And if I don't, if I miss a day, it just something feels a little off. Something feels a little off. If I can get into that routine that I love, create the routine. If it's for me, I'm not here. If it's a 3-way call, I'll take it. Seriously, I love doing live 3-ways in group. Where was I? 2 a day, every day. It gets you in that routine. You want to create the routine that you love. If you create the routine that you love, you'll do it. And it's your business. So as long as you can duplicate and it promotes the core tenets of the system, then find a way to fall in love with your system. For me, it was coming to that conclusion that I'm not looking for a distributor or a customer or a sale or a commission. I'm looking for the other person that is across the table from me or across the phone from me, for them to make the right decision for them, whatever that is. And if we get to that, and I tell them that up front, I will very early in a conversation tell you, what my goal here is to help you get all the information that you need education-wise, that you guys can make a really good decision for yourself, whatever that decision is. And many times that's not to join at this time. Please understand that. That's the truth. There's a lot of people in this world that should not go into business today. That's the truth. That's the truth. But we also have tens and tens and tens and tens of millions of people that should be and are wanting to and are looking. And all we have to do is put out our net and find them. Build a net, and the net will build you a monster organization. I believe firmly that the leading income producer in this company is not yet in this company. And that means people got to get past $1 million a year pretty fast, because there's people that have been making some money for a little while, right? I mean, the company has paid out over $1 billion in bonuses and commissions to us for what we do. Now we're at a time and a place in our life where we want to add a 0 to that, because we want to add more value, and we have all the ingredients to do it. And even when we add a 0 to all the numbers of LifeVantage across the board, our market penetration will still be next to 0. We still won't be anywhere near keeping up with just the people turning 18. We won't even be close. That's adding. I want a company that does $2 billion a year, so that we can boast and talk about our $1 billion annual payroll. That's what I want to talk about. I just figured that'd be fun. Hey, our company pays out $1 billion a year. Would you like to be part of the next billion? Right? That's what's coming. And I think the next wave, the first wave out of 2009, you notice the economy dropped around 2009, and LifeVantage was kind of born, and we produced a dozen Pro 10s, give or take, right? Let me call it 10, because I know it's more than that, but let's call it 10 Pro 10s. The next wave coming out of 2022 should produce 100. I am dead serious about this now. 100 Pro 10s. That means 1,000 elites. There will be cruises that is just for the Pro 8s, because there's that many. That's coming in the life of this company. There will be things like that. Okay? We're just in the very, 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 very early stage. And we have the fortunate that we've got a 10-year plus track record that people have already carved. And I have so much gratitude for the Pro 10s that did this without anything, right? And paved the way for us. And now we have what we have. And now it's up to us to take it and go. So 2 a day, every day, become a product of your product. Everybody should be ordering your 200 points. You've got to be your own best customer. And it duplicates faster than anything. This is my question. What can I do faster? Can I sell 200 points of LifeVantage product, or can I order 200 points worth of product? Which can happen faster and which would duplicate faster? Now, where that becomes important is when I got my 3 and they got their 3 and they got their 3 and they got their 3 and there's 100. And then that 100 turns to 1,000, that 1,000 turns to 10,000 because it does. It actually does. If you'll get that machine moving that duplicates. When it comes to sales, if we have the first natural product in the world proven to slow the aging process at the cellular level, if we do, all you have to do is not sell it. If that's true, all you have to do is not sell. Who's the, I was gonna say, we're the biggest guy in the room. I need you to come up. Okay, we won't need the mic for this, but I was looking for somebody bigger than me. Okay, are you left-handed or right-handed? You're left-handed. Come over on this side. Now are you left-handed or right-handed? Just kidding. So you're still left-handed? Yeah. Okay. Brace yourself. Put up your hand. Again. One more time, but serious. Go. Everybody catch that? Everybody catch that? Okay, I have a couple of questions. When I pushed against you, why did you push back?
Well, me, if I didn't fall out of the picture.
I didn't want to fall out of the picture. Okay. What happens when I didn't push? What happened to you?
I could sense that.
You could sense.
I didn't want to fall forward.
You could sense yourself coming toward me. Yep. Everybody catch that? Okay, give him a hand, because he doesn't have a mic. I'll explain in a minute. Give him a hand, give him a hand. Okay. If I'm trying to sell you or convince you on something, does it feel like I'm pushing just a little bit?
Yeah.
What is the natural thing that happens when you feel like you're being pushed? You push back, don't you? But just the opposite happens when you think I'm going to push, and then I bring you toward me. You come right to me. Okay? Utilize that in your LifeVantage business. I don't push anyone. Why? I don't want to be pushed. I think the golden rule is alive and well. And I think if you apply it to this business, you can do anything you want in this business. I don't want to be pushed. I don't push. I will ask questions to see if they want some more information and see if they're coming toward me. Questions are a very powerful thing that we'll talk about in a minute. Thanks for doing that. Become a product of your product. If you as a distributor aren't a product of your product, who's going to be? Can you talk about a product that you're not taking? Why do I want to talk about all the products? I want to, if I'm going to sell, if I'm going to use that word, I'm not here to sell the products. I'm here to sell, really educate. I'm here to educate the big picture. Do you see that right now, we are putting the global leadership team together that is going to participate with a revenue share where the company gives you a little piece of every product that this company ever ships to any country, to any customer, to any distributor ever in the history of time. Anytime they ever ship, they got to send you some money. Do you know that there's a piece of that in our equation, which I'll show you in just a sec, right? Here's the mind game that I play. That is a temporary bonus, and it's only for those who qualify in the next little bit of time, and then that goes away. It doesn't. It's permanent. But what if that bonus that allows you to get paid on every product that this company ships, what if that was just going to be allowed for the real leaders that step up in the early stages? You got a shot to go get it, but you got to go earn it now. If you want that for the rest of your life and will it down to your family and your kids, do you see what kind of motivation that does for me? Internally, for me, just the mind games I play with myself, right? Become a product of your product. What is my product? You know how you felt when you were attending all of those family events, when you had been to all the national parks, where you had made a list of things that you wanted to do, and then you did it? By the way, that's the definition of success, is doing and accomplishing what it is that you set out to do and accomplish for yourself. If your goal is to become a teacher and become the best teacher you can, and you're doing that, you're as successful as anybody else, ever. But using that as an example, so you got the motorhome, you've done those trips, you've done that stuff, you're going to all the events with the family, you're doing what you decided, or you guys decided that you wanted to do. How does it feel? What is that feeling when you know you're on track? That feeling that you know you're on the right track and doing what it is that you set out to do, and you're doing it well. How does that feel? How does it feel? It feels great. That feeling, that's my product. I am a product of my product. I can offer to have them come down to Costa Rica, and I can't wait, right? Because I'm a product of my product. Everyone become a product of your product, and watch what happens when the people want to start joining you and your team. Holy smokes. Now you can define that whatever you want it to be. Such a beautiful thing. You get to define it, but you better get it clear. Got to get it clear. I'll just take this moment to do this part. It's on the other page, but I'll do it now. When I got started with this company, I saw one position. It was Pro 7. I said, that's goal 1. My goal 1 is Pro 7, and there's 6 steps to get there. Pro 1, Pro 2, Pro 3, Pro 4, right? Because I saw that I wanted to be able to tell the story that I get paid on every customer and every distributor on planet Earth. I wanted to tell that story. And you can't do that until you're Pro 7. Every single night, going to bed, going to sleep, right when you're kind of in that dazed out, just getting ready to fall to that place, wherever that place really is, I would put myself on stage at the international convention. I would hear my name being introduced. I would hear the music come on that I chose to be my song. I would come out onto the stage and be blinded by the lights that were warm on my face. I could not see the crowd, but I could feel the crowd. I could hear the crowd, and they were supporting me with so much love. So much love. And I would go to sleep that way. And when I woke up in the morning, when I was in a little bit of that daze before I would, I would cross the stage again in full emotion. I mean tears, I mean the hugs, I mean the full-on experience. I promoted myself to Pro 7 twice a day, every day, and what seemed like in almost no time, seemed like it went so fast, a little over a year. I'm crossing the stage. I'm feeling the lights. I can't see the crowd, but I can feel them. And it was the weirdest thing because I could not tell if this was the real one or not because I'd done it so many times, right? Now we have 7 positions in our family that we want to build out to Pro 10. My dreams have changed a little bit, right? But the process is the same. It's called visualization. And when you do the visual, that's why you have to know. You have to know. Whatever it is, you got to know. And then you've got to emotionalize it more real than real, more real than real. And what ends up happening, this comes out of Think and Grow Rich, Napoleon Hill, okay? And rich is whatever that means to you. They have nothing to do with money, whatever it means to you, okay? But if you will learn that visualization technique, whatever it is that you want to manifest in your life, you can create. You have the system. It's weird. What will end up happening when you do that is something will come up, and I can name 4, 5, or 6 different times. I remember we had done like these meetings were like back to back to back to back. We had some, some good activity going on and then moving and shaking and having fun. And we had done like 6 meetings in like 7 hours. And these other people that were like at the 3rd meeting at that restaurant, they had already called a bunch of people and said, no, these guys are still here. You got to stop what you're doing and come down now. I mean, this massive sense of urgency. And it's like 2 o'clock in the morning. We've done 7 meetings. Like, man, I don't think I can, I think, but for some reason, and I don't know why, something in my subconscious says, Dave, step up and do the right thing. You be there for that next meeting. And somewhere, and those people are now pro 8s, right? I can name time after time after time where it was just one little decision that would have been so easy not to do, but that decision was the one that made all the difference. And I'm going to suggest in your LifeVantage business, you're going to have a number of those, and you want those to go the right way for you. When you get your subconscious working for you, life becomes easy. Do you know how powerful the brain is? Imagine having to do that consciously. But if you set it up as you go to sleep and as you wake up, and you can use this in any and all areas of your life. And if you do, your life will change. Anyway, let me move on. Was that helpful? I hope it was helpful. LifeVantage distributor may earn sales commissions in 8 different ways. Now watch, I'm going to run through this very fast. It's like time. Okay. Retail sales profit, that's when we're helping a new customer get on the product and the company's going to send us a little bonus. The Smart Start bonus, we get this, company puts these packages together that have more value in them. They're extra. When you start, you can start with these packages, and the company pays out some bonuses on those packages, right? So we have 3 now, I think, right? We just added the 3rd. So the launch bonus, that happens when you're Pro 3. That's really cool. Now you're getting paid from your group. So you're 3, they're 3, they're 3, or you're 10, they're 10, they're 10, whatever the number is. As those people are now joining the business and purchasing those packs, 6 people get paid on every pack that gets moved. And now you become one of those 6 when you're at the launch bonus, Pro 3. Unilevel commission, 9 people get paid on every product that's ordered from LifeVantage. On every product, every time. Generational match. If I sponsor, it's a 10% and then 5, 5, 5, 5. So if I sponsor you in your Unilevel, in this part of your commissional payout that goes down a potential of 9 levels, you qualify as you go. Whatever your pay is on that, let's say it's $1,000 this month, over and above what I get paid on my whole program, the company is going to give me an additional bonus of 10% of yours. So you made $1,000, you keep your $1,000, they're going to send me an additional $100 from that bonus, the generational match, because I personally sponsored you. Okay, now you personally sponsored her, they're going to give me a 5% bonus on your monthly Unilevel organization. And if you sponsor her, I get 5% on her and 5% on her, 5%. So it's 10 and then 5, 5, 5, 5. Now what that means for me is that I don't have to know any superstars to make some really good money out of that bonus. In other words, if I knew somebody and they got started and did a little bit, and they knew somebody and got started a little bit, and they got started and did a little bit, and they got started a little bit, and then they found this person, and this person became a Pro 10 and makes $1 million a year, let's say. Well, let's say my 5% of that is 50,000. It's meaningful, right? So you don't have to know the Go-Getter Pro. It's already built into the system. Let the system go find the people and the computer will pay you for it. I love getting paid by a computer. It doesn't matter where the volume is. It doesn't matter how the organization is structured and stuff. I mean, it's beautiful the way that they insist on paying out all the percentages. All the percentages get paid out on every product every time. Global Elite Bonus Pool, one-time rank advancements, and multiple business centers. So retail profit, we understand that. Helping a new person start with the products. The Smart Start bonus, paid to qualified distributors on products purchased. Up to 1,000 points in the first month. Up to 1,000 points in the first month. Okay. The Smart Start bonus, enroller, if you do between 100 and 199 PV, remember we've been talking about 200? There is a small bonus that you can qualify for right when you're getting started, brand new person, that you can qualify for even if you're doing less than 200. When you're started, Pro 1, 2, 3, Pro 1, 2, 3, I think it's 1, 2, 3. If you do between 100 and 199, you still are going to participate, but you're not going to participate fully. So they don't penalize you. They're helping you get started, is what's really cool about that. Okay, it's the difference between a 40% percentage commission and a 30%. So you don't want to do 199. Make sense? You want to do 200. So we just teach everybody to do 200, and you should be your own best customer road, because that's what we want to teach people to do, right? See, if you do your 200 points for your own consumption or more, you know, and you got 10 customers down the road, that's another 1,000 points or whatever, and 1,000 different people are doing that, you know, it's just a wonderful world, okay? Launch bonus, we talked about that. It's designed to reward qualified distributors Pro 3 or higher. Pro 3, you want to get there fast. These are the 6 different people that get paid of those launch bonuses. You know, when those packages that the company puts together with all that value, even though they're like tripling the value of what you're actually paying for, you get $2,000, $3,000 worth of product for $1,000, literally, and like $1,000 of training or whatever that number really is, you know, you get all of that, and they still pay out the commissions. These are the 6 people that get paid on every package, the startup packages that people start as a distributor with. Pretty cool. Unilevel commissions, again, 9 people get paid on every product every time. This shows that 9 levels. So here's the 9 levels. At Pro 7, you're getting all 9 levels. Pro 6, Pro 5, Pro 4, Pro 3. So you can see as your organization grows, then you qualify to get paid deeper into the organization. When you first started, you don't have any people down here. Doesn't make sense. But as you grow it, the percentages just fill in and pay you. Go ahead and take that shot if you like. By the way, this is all on your website, right? You have all of this information. But feel free. Now, where I think this is kind of cool, here's how many people you had to successfully sponsor. Remember we talked about the 1, the 2, the 3? Here it is, the 1, the 2, and the 3. Now it goes to 4 and 5 if you want to go over here, right? This is averaging like 130,000 a month. So you're probably talking to a lot more people, and you're building more legs. You're talking to people, so they give you a place to put them, which is smart. It's really cool. Any questions over this? This is exactly all the percentages that come together, everything that we talked about the last 4 or 5 slides. If you were to add it all together, it equals, do 200 points, introduce 1, introduce 2, introduce 3. And it pays you hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands or more. This is just how it all breaks down. Now, the reason they do it this way is to motivate the correct behaviors of helping other people grow. You help other people grow. When I made my list, I'm looking for people that are better than me. I'm always looking for people that are better than me at anything and everything, right? You want to sponsor up and teach them, sponsor up. And by up, you know, it's subjective, but follow my thought on this. I think if I'm reading the cards right, the financial, like Wall Street and that gang, there's going to be a bunch of Wall Street people looking for work. I really believe that. Attorneys will go away. There will be a time in our life that attorneys won't exist because of technology. Everything that they do can be done. Oh, now I know how I'm doing it. Yeah, it took me all day to figure that one out. We're going to start attracting top people. The doctors, doctors. How many doctors are looking for an opportunity right now? Most of them are looking for an opportunity right now. And it's not because of the science of LifeVantage and Protandim, it's because of a comp plan that pays out half and has a system that works with a company with a 10-year track record that's publicly traded and ready to 10x their story. That's when you want to be a part of a company. Oh my gosh, we're there. So important stuff. But all of this, all of that combines right into those three things that you taught, the four things that you taught. The generational match, we just talked about that, the 10%, 5%, 5%, 5% over and above the rest of the commissions, okay? When I first looked at this, I didn't understand it all. Over time, I got, as I would qualify into my next step, oh, now that's where this part of the money came from. When I got started, here's my 90-day story. I got started, and the gentleman that was helping me get started said, Dave, I don't have a lot of time. I need you to make a list of everyone that you've ever known on planet Earth. And if you were to reach out to them and say, hey, this is Dave Marquis, blessed from the past, whatever, if the odds are 50-50 or better, they probably remember your name, you put them on the list. That was my criteria. So Dave, we're gonna get together in 3 days. I've got an opening 2 o'clock on Wednesday. Today's Sunday. Okay, on Wednesday at 2 o'clock, we'll meet right back here at the coffee shop and I need to see your list. And I'll know how serious you are by the size of your list. He actually said that. And I felt like, man, am I being qualified? And I was, but I needed that. And I showed up with a spiral notebook. I was still in the halfway house, trying to maintain my sobriety and doing what I was doing with my program. Remember that part of the story, right? I was in that place trying to get this person to teach me a new industry, and hopefully in a way that I could even teach it someday, hopefully, right? So I got the list, and there were 700 names on the list. Now, I only have phone numbers out of my phone for about 200, but that's not what he said. He said, make a list of everybody you're going. I just thought of it. I took that more serious than anything I'd taken serious probably for 10 years. I decided that this business is so simple and easy. It's easy to do, which means it's easy not to do, right? So I said, okay, what I've got to do, how I got to separate myself from the people that are not going to make it in this type of an independent business, is I want to focus on the fundamentals, and I'm going to take the things that most people take for granted, and I'm going to do my very best there. So I showed up early at the meeting, and I had a list of 700 people, of which I had a couple hundred phone numbers. He said, you're serious, aren't you? And I said, yeah, I am. He said, I'm going to go refill our coffees, put a check mark with the ones with the phone numbers, because I've got to call somebody first. The ones with the phone numbers, put a check mark next to the top 40, 30 or 40 biggest thinkers. Best guess. Best guess. He didn't say who's the sickest people to take your health product to. He said, who are the 30 or 40 biggest thinkers? And we're going to call them first. I said, that made tremendous sense for me. We've got to build your foundation. We've got to build your wholesale foundation strong. And then this whole group will just naturally flourish into where it needs to go. That'll happen automatically. You don't even have to worry about it with this company, with this product. Made sense, okay? So I did a check mark real fast. He goes, okay, there's what we do. You've got this video. We're going to use that to qualify people to see if they want to go to the next step. Here's what you do, Dave. You give these people a call. The ones you just check mark, you call them first. And you respect the relationship, whatever it is or is not. So, Hey, this is Dave Marquis. I know we saw each other last week. There's a very specific reason why I'm calling you right now. Do you have a minute? You do? Great. I got a question. When it comes to adding a new income stream into your household for you and the family, do you keep your options open? Do you look at things from time to time? The reason I ask, I'm onto something. I'm onto something big. I have no idea if this would be for you. You might love it. You might hate it. It may not be for you at all, and either way is okay. But I thought about you when I saw this. And I'm just curious, would you be open to taking a look? And if you're open to taking a look, I've got this short little 25-minute little video clip. If you like what you see there, I want to introduce you to a couple of my partners on the project and get you the bigger picture of what's going on. Would you be open to that system? Okay, some yes, some no. Okay, or hey, Dave Marquis, blessed from the past. I know we haven't spoke for 40 years, bro. I want to catch up. I want to catch up, but I need you to know there is a very specific reason why I'm calling you right now. Okay, do you have a few minutes? Catch up a little bit. Let me get right to work because I don't have much time, right? Always in a sense of urgency. Let me ask a question. When it comes to adding a new income stream into your household for you and the family, do you keep your options open? Do you look at things from time to time? Reason I ask, I'm onto something. I have no idea if this would be for you. You might love it, you might hate it. Maybe for you, may not be for you. Either way, it's okay. But I thought of you, and I wanted to see if you'd be open to looking. And if you are open to looking, we got this short little 20-minute thing. If you like what you see, I want to introduce you to a couple of the partners on the project and really get a vision of what's happening here. Would you be open to that? Okay, I did that 40 times in my first month, which is more work than it sounds like. There's actually work to that because you call them and they're not home, and then you got to chase them, you got to fly, you got to do all that stuff. But I was willing to do the stuff. Why? Because I wanted a 90-day story. And if for a 90-day story, I needed to do enough numbers to get enough results so that I have the story. So I really, really wanted to do this. So I took 40 people through that question. Are you open to looking at bringing some new money in for your family? Out of those 40 people, 19 of them liked what they saw enough to do the next step, which was coordinate a 3-way call. So now I'm texting my buddy. I say, okay, it looks like he's available at 2 o'clock. And oh, you can do 2:30. Okay, let me see. Okay, yep, he can do 2:30. Okay, we're set up for 2:30. Okay, and then put the 3-way call together. And my 3-way call, now keep in mind, I'm living in a halfway house. I'm trying to recover from alcoholism. I'm going through acute withdrawals, post-acute withdrawals, which are just crazy. You go crazy when you go sober after not being sober. Anyway, so I was going through all that. I could not remember the name of the guy that was helping me, let alone the guest. And so I got really good at going, hey, both of you are professionals. Do me a favor, introduce yourselves. I'm just going to go on mute. That was my introduction. It worked every time. Then they start talking and making friends and telling a story. And now they're all buddies. And that took 2 minutes, figured out. So out of the 19 3-way calls over the period of about the next 3 weeks, we enrolled 12 people as distributors. Okay. Some of them had to, I'm going to need some time to put some money together to buy your package and that kind of thing. So it took a few weeks for that all to come together. So total of probably 5 or 6 weeks from start but then we enrolled 12 people. So now I have 12 new distributors in my new business. Now I did with those 12 people exactly what was done to me because I understood this was a duplication model, start duplicating. So I said to them what they said to me. I said, put together a list of everyone you've ever known on planet Earth. If they were to remember your name, put them on the list, right? We'll work it out later and we'll know how serious you are, what the size of your list in 3 days. That's what I said. And then I learned my lesson. The lesson that I learned was 8 people did not have any kind of a list ready to go. 4 people had some kind of a list ready to go. So with the 8 people that did not have a list, I said, here's my cell phone, here's my number. When you're serious and when you're ready, you call me, okay? And I'm there for you. Meanwhile, I've got 4 people over here that are ready to rock and roll, and we're gonna go knock this thing out of the park. I let them know I'm leaving them behind. There was no 2 ways about it. I'm going with respect, with love, especially with love. But I was letting them know, we're going. We're so excited, right? We're going. Now, those 4 people have created, because now none of those 4 people were the superstars in the business, in my personal group, but they introduced to somebody who introduced to somebody who introduced to somebody who opened up Hong Kong. Another group that introduced somebody who introduced somebody who introduced somebody who opened up Taiwan, who introduced somebody who introduced somebody who introduced somebody who opened up Canada. See, if we build the net will find our group. But we have to build the net, and we need to do it in a duplication fashion. That's my 90-day start. So the company said we earned about $3,800 from those 12 signups, right? So that there's my 90-day. And then the first monthly check came right on the 15th of the following month, right? And it was $132. That didn't get my attention, but $3,800 went right to work because I had a really good place for all that stuff to go, right? Like handle the storage bill because I had to get everything I owned was in storage, trying to figure out where I was going to live next. Seriously, that's where I was. Now, forgot where I was going next with that, but it was really good. Attitude. The second check, the second monthly check. Now that's the reorder check. That's the monthlies that will build over time. The second month check came in and it was close to $300. That got my attention. Not that it was $300, but the back end money had more than doubled. And I understand what 100% growth rate monthly looks like. And you don't have to have that in play very long to change your life. And that's what I saw with LifeVantage. And then we went to work to teach those people to do the same to whatever degree that we could do these things. So there's my 90-day story, okay? And I haven't done any, I mean, this is what we do, right? That's how we started and that's all we do, right? It works if you work it. Global Elite Bonus Pool. Now this starts at Pro 7. This is why my first focus was 7. I'm 7, that's all I knew was 7 when I first started, is because they take, let's imagine that we did $20 million this month in business. But LifeVantage did 20 million in global business, just for a number. It's close to that, but it might not be off. They take 1% of that. 1% of 20 million is $200,000. So every month, every 30 days, that $200,000 is being shared evenly between the Pro 7s, the Pro 8s, the Pro 9s, and the Pro 10s. Over and above the rest of the comp plan and all the other percentages and everything else we talked about. This is getting paid out of the people that you'll never meet, you'll never know on the other side of the world because the company pays this so that we all play together. We're all in different groups and we all play together. Why? Because we all help each other and we all get paid. It makes sense. Then another 200,000, based on this $20 million example, another 200,000 that same month is shared evenly between the Pro 8s, the Pro 9s, and the Pro 10s. Another 200,000 is shared between the 9s and the 10s, and another 200,000 every 30 days just to the Pro 10s. That's what this company is willing to do to make sure everybody wants to play together and take care of one another so that we can have our meetings in all these different locations and everybody's doing the right thing for the right reason, and what goes around comes around. This company is built on love, I'm telling you. One-time rank achievement. They added this. They didn't have this when I joined. They added this. When you reach Pro 10, if you don't mind, we're gonna give you $100,000. And when you reach Executive Pro 10, there's 250,000, and Presidential Pro 10 is 500,000. I was having a real problem before this came out. I was having a challenge, not a problem, challenge. I was having a challenge. There's a new $75 million marina coming about a kilometer from our houses in Costa Rica. Okay, and so they're putting in, so I know that there's going to be a scramble for the boat slips. They're always, you know, new marina, there's going to be a scramble for boat slips. So now I'm going to think, I want a sailboat and also want a fishing boat. The 2 boats is kind of crazy. One boat's crazy enough. It's a whole, you know, throw money away, but I want 2. Well, if I'm going to get a sailboat and a fishing boat, does a fishing boat need to be bigger than 38 feet or can it be less than 38 feet because it's a whole different kind of dock that you need and everything else? And so I was going back and forth with this little one. Do I get the little dock or the bigger dock? Because you got to reserve this in advance and they're building it out and everything else. And then they came out with this. I got the bigger dock. Well, let them take care of it. That money wasn't even in the comp plan, and now it's in the comp plan. So let them do it. So you can have fun with it. Multiple business centers. When you join, you get one circle on the board. That's you, right? Oh, I did it again. When you reach Pro 4, why do I keep talking about Pro 4? That $1,500 a month, plus another $1,500 with the MVP. Well, do you know that at Pro 4, with the bonuses we have right now, we're putting people into about a $40,000 a year pace at Pro 4? At Pro 4, the average income is $1,500. We've got some extra bonuses that they've got rolling right now called MVP. And if you go MVP Gold, then it's another $1,500 a month. That's $3,000 plus some customers. I mean, you're $40,000 pace. Anyway, when you reach Pro 4, at no cost to you, you can call the company and they will give you another position that is you. They can give you another you. Now, that original position continues to sponsor like it's been sponsoring, but you have the ability to place people where you want them, and you can be placing them below this other position. And what if you build out 3 legs there? Also, now this one's getting paid and this one's getting paid. Now here's the question. Which is better, 1 check or 2 checks? 2 checks. So they make this available. When you reach Pro 6, they'll give you a 3rd position if you ask for it. If you go to Pro 9, they'll give you another one. You can do it again. All of these positions have $1 million a year potential. Okay, so I've got this set up. My wife Kathy has this set up. Our 4 kids have that set up to various degrees, right? So you can think as big as you want. Okay, so that's built into the system. You can go as big as you want. They allow you to do that. MVP, when you do your 200 points, right? And you got your 3 people that are doing their 200 points. When that 2nd month comes and rolls and the computer sees this over and above everything we talked about, that's not included in any of the averages, they're going to send you another $100 just to get your attention, to let you know you're doing things good. And when that goes down another level, $500. When that goes down to another level, $1,500. There's some amazing things going on behind the scenes with this, and pay attention to this front money, because if you can put people into good $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 pace of income and do it within a 90-day story, can you imagine the momentum? Can you imagine the fear of loss? Okay. ITT, we already did that. That's my story about, hey, if I make an introduction, are you willing to take a look at something? Are you open to adding income? Are you open to adding income to your life? If you are, take a look at this video. If you like what you see, I want to introduce you to my friend, and then turn it over to the friend. So for our new people, it's ITT, Invite Tool Team. Now I could, with you, we could go sit down to lunch and I could go explain everything to you. And I could do it in a really good way, in a way that you would really like it and you would probably sign up. But you could not go do in 5 minutes what I just did. So we just broke duplication. But what can you do? I can call my friend and say, hey, I think I found something. You want to take a look? Take a look at this video. If you like what you see, I'm going to introduce you to my friend. Here's a little key thing that I think is a difference maker. Maybe the most important thing I say here all day. Pay attention to this one. I have never, ever, ever, ever even once sent someone a video to take a look at that I did not have the appointment set that I was going to be talking to them right after they saw it. In other words, I would be talking, hey, are you open to seeing an opportunity? Yes, I am. Would you like to see the video? Yes, I would. When would you be able to prioritize 30 minutes to treat this like it needs to be treated? Tonight at 6:30. Okay, I'll call you at 6:30. I don't send them the video. I call them at 6:30. Is time still good for you now? Yeah, it is. Okay, here's the video. I'm going to call you back in 30 minutes. I do not give them the video to look at until I know they're looking at it so that I can talk to them right after they've seen it. Now that saves me all kinds of follow-ups. I'm not chasing anybody. Because if I don't do it that way, I'm going to call you back and say, did you see it? And you're going to say, no, life got busy. No, right? And now I'm changing, look at it, I'll call you tomorrow. Look at it, I'll call you. No. I have $1 billion payroll. I'm formulating my global leadership team right now. There is millions and millions and millions of dollars at stake with decisions that are being made on this phone call right now. I don't say that in words, but I say that in tonality, right? So there's the system, ITT. We have a launch guide. Just fill out the information, helps you launch, set up your success, set up your 90-day story. And we have an app, amazing where this is going to go. The app, we have an app that you can run your business right from your phone. All your contacts are there. As soon as you sign up, and you're already enrolled, if you don't mind me asking, do you already get your app? You already got it downloaded? You already got your stuff in? Okay. Well, I'm so glad you came to the training. So if you start following through, it just starts walking you right through, and then it's doing a bunch of steps for us in the back where we don't see, and it helps our business. And you'll see that happen more and more. It's an amazing where that's going. Activation Nation podcast. Has anybody heard this? Yeah, it's fantastic. It's fantastic. That's all you need to know. Next, no, activation. Go to your favorite podcast, whatever it is, and look up Activation Nation. And you're going to see some Pro 10s giving a little advice in a very relaxed manner. That's very, very cool. Pro 7, Sarah and Chris, give it up. Sarah and Chris, Pro 7s, and they're going to take it from here on out. Let me get it. Got it.
So let's give it up for Dave. Holy cow.
Thank you, Dave. That's phenomenal.
Are we on? Okay, fantastic. So we are here today. One, drop an emoji in the chat in the virtual world because Dave just crushed it. He just gave us the biggest downloads. We're super grateful for you to be here. And we are, what are we up to?
Well, I think we can start by maybe giving away some stuff to the folks who came here live to attend. This is pretty special.
It is. All right. All right. Who would like to share kind of their best nugget today and take away from the training? Just stand up. All right, here we go. I know you have a nugget.
I'll have to grab this so I can do it the way he said it, but probably the big thing for me is I'll recruit you into my organization if you qualify. To me, that's huge because it sets a whole new tone for what you're doing and your expectations.
Absolutely. Qualifying. All right, here we go. Willis got the hat. All right, now who traveled the furthest today to make it to the event? Where do we have? St. George, Utah, Sacramento, California is in the house. Come on up. Here we go, Lester. All right, hand off a couple of those shirts here. All right, fantastic. All right, we would love to hear from your sweetie.
You know what my favorite thing today was the golden rule and helping the person make the right decision for them. That was huge for me. That made my whole center just kind of calm. I could do that. I'm doing that, Dave.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. All right, one more. Who took away a nugget, and then we'll move on to promotion. All right, brand new. Tell us your name. Alina. Okay, you're brand new. And what did you take away being a brand new distributor on the scene today?
Having a clear vision of where I want to go and what I want for my boys and I. And so I'm ready to go home and make a vision board and start getting those goals and get going.
Right, fantastic. Thank you so much. All right, brand new. Fantastic. So registering for the next Life Vantage Academy is definitely on the docket, and global convention. We know how important, gosh, the events are. Chris and I, we are, kind of right here from Liberty, Utah now. We kind of grew up in the East. We're Pro Sevens. We've been in the business now for, 10 years, September 29th. And it's changed our life. And these events every month have really been the fuel, have been the belief system, have been everything we've needed to plug into the system like Dave talked about. Because for us, we've never done this before. This has been one of those things that we've never done before. Did you have something?
I just want to say a couple of things. So, okay, Life Vantage Academy, September 17th is going to be a virtual only. We got a lot of folks going to be out of the country.
Croatia.
So congratulations to all those Croatia qualifiers. This is an important event. The monthly events like this are critical. And I know I'm kind of preaching to a choir here because the folks listening right now are attending. What's behind me on the screen there was an announcement. Dave did a really good job of promoting. I want to go over a few things. All these events work together as a system. It's not going to do you any good to attend global convention if you're not attending these monthly. The consistency of these events is important. The LVA is this consistent monthly recharge for any distributor. Okay, we have our highs and our lows, and it's somewhere we can recharge the batteries every single month. The other purpose that's going to be served by this event when you're coming in is a new distributor is going to enroll, and if global is 3 or 4 months away, that's 3 or 4 months. Your new distributor is not going to be exposed to the culture of this company and being educated, motivated, and inspired by leaders like Dave Marquis. Okay, so think about these events as a system when you go to register for these things. Belief is built and decisions are made at these events. This is not just what you want for yourself, but think about your future team. That's where their decisions to go elite, to go Pro 10 are going to be made. And plain and simple, I think the simplest way to put it, Mark Harris always says, the road to elite leads through these events. There's pretty much no other way around that. And on top of all that, the company for a long time has kept statistics about the amount of paycheck, how large the paychecks are for people who attend events over those who don't, and how quickly and rapidly they rank advance over those. Those numbers alone should convince you to register for these events, have your team registered for these events, and try to take some of these things that Dave said that I'm just listing now, and try to relay that value, not just announce these events, but really promote how important it's going to be to someone's goals in the end when they're trying to do this thing.
Absolutely. So we have a few minutes left in the hour, and I really want to congratulate the very first gold MVP in the company. This breaking news happened this morning. Congratulations, Rob and Summer Smollett, for being the first MVP golds in the company. It is on. Are we on? Okay, sorry. So drop an emoji, drop the love in the chat, and seriously, this is a huge accomplishment. So what I'd like to do is just take a minute for those MVP bronze builders that have made this, kind of leap into that next part of the recognition. Please stand up in the room if you're an MVP bronze. We'd like to acknowledge kind of that work. All right, fantastic. So the MVP bronze is really around finding those, first 3 people that say, yes, I'm in, I see it like you, and have a 200-point subscription. And then it's really about finding those next 3. Are there any silvers in the room? All right. They're out sponsoring. All right, so hopefully the bronzes are dropping emojis in the chat as well. I'd love to follow that. And really, yeah, any words on the MVP?
No, just that, drop some emojis. Seriously, if you like that MVP bonus and if you want to see it maintained, because I know we're kind of reaching the end of our trial period, if it were, and we really want to let corporate know how much we appreciate that bonus, what it does for our businesses, and that we believe it instills the proper behavior to lay that foundation, like Dave talked about, creating a 90-day story. And I think that bonus is going to be a huge part of that moving forward. So we want to see that in place.
We're ready to go to Pro 5 Summit. Would you guys share your experience at Pro 5 Summit? They haven't been yet, but they're getting ready.
Absolutely. Okay, what's our time? How many? Can you give me 5 minutes? Okay, fantastic. The clock went off. Just want to make sure we're honoring that. So Pro 5 Summit for us, we hit the ranks of Pro 5 in 18 months. And so for us, it was finding a few leaders that saw what we did, and when corporate flew us out, right? We went to the canyons. They took, the time to pour into our leadership development that, really needed to happen. And in Pro 5, this is where the momentum happens. We know that from Pro 5 to Pro 7 is the busiest, right? And so, kind of going, being flown in, taken care of, trained, wined and dined. We got to sit next to the Pro 7s, 8s, 9s, and 10s. It's typically kind of the top leadership in the company. It's fantastic. So those who have gone know how amazing it is, but really it truly inspired us to make the decision to go Pro 10, make the decision to impact, the world in so many, in a greater way, right? It's all about the people. You just add the people in. I love how you said that, Dave. That was awesome. So yeah. So anyone here in the room attend Pro 5 Summit? Okay, come on up, Carol. Come on up. Come on. It's okay. It's okay. We want to hear kind of what stood out most for you at the Pro 5 Summit. What did Lester need?
Oh my gosh, it's amazing, you guys. It's the first time really in your business where the company recognizes you as an up and coming leader and sees potential in you, and they pour back into you. You get to go stay up in Park City, and it's just being around like-minded people that are at your same level that you're like, oh, what about this? And you kind of like build this relationship and mastermind with these people and learn from the top people who believe in you like no other. Like you just walk in there and it's just belief beyond belief. And those friendships get you through and kind of creates a little competition like, hey, we were there together, where are we at? And we just truly love that, and just feeling the love from like Vantage and recognizing us to just see the potential of how high we can. I'm so excited for you guys.
Like I was saying, I attended the Pro 5 Summit many years ago. Probably one of the first. Doing it. I've been in the company for 12 years, so, but I've been stuck at Pro 5, which I'm getting out of that one little bit at a time. Anyway, the thing about it was that I think probably that's where I did get my belief that I would never give up, that regardless of what happens, and there's been some discouraging times and some times that I thought, I can't do this, and I can't do it. Can't do it alone, and it's where those leaders told us basically not to give up, and we got the rub couples. It's an experience that, and it's you two that's going, Sue. Who's going? Oh, you will absolutely love it, and you've already got the conviction. It's just gonna light you on fire.
Thank you so much, Pro 5 Summit. So with that, Mr. Marquis, how would we like to wrap today? Is there any last words you have? We'll wrap this up.
We have a minute 26. We're early. Let's see if we can drag this out another minute 22. 21. Tag it. Questions. Let me spend 1 minute with questions. Questions can be everything. Questions can change your life. Questions can dramatically change your business. When you understand understand asking questions. Ask me a question. Ask me a question about anything. Anything else. Ask me a question about anything. If you were to change anything, what would it be? Watch this answer. I'm very interested, curious. I'm very curious why you asked. Everybody see that? Did everybody see that? Did everybody see that? Ask me a question. Do I want to increase my income? I'm curious. Why do you ask that? Okay, see? Questions. There's two things. If you get really good at asking other people's questions, we've got 5 seconds. What color are your eyes? They're blue. I took his mind off of everything, out of the other trillion things it could be, and put it where I wanted it, which was, in this case, eyes. There's only one thing that's more impactful than the questions that you ask other people. And that's the questions that you ask yourself when you're thinking and talking to yourself. Why does this always happen to me? That would be a question. It wouldn't be a very empowering one. But let's say you were asking that question, whatever the thing is. You can take the same thing and change it just a little bit and make the question a very empowering question, because your mind will go to work to create the answer. Just make sure you ask the good question. Ask the good question of the other people, and even more importantly of yourself. That's all I've got. I want to thank this crew. This crew has been absolutely amazing putting this on. The 500 homes that we're in the living rooms of, these guys with a Pro 7, all of our Pro 5s, everyone, our brand new distributor. Welcome, welcome to the family. Our new compensation plan training expert right here. Yeah. Easy peasy, back to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dave. All right, guys, how was that? Amazing, right? Make some noise for Dave. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your life and your day, coming into corporate to join us and just pour into us and pour into everyone at home. So with that being said, that is the final moments of LDA for August. Thank you all for attending, for watching, and you guys have a wonderful afternoon. I'm over here ready for bed.
Get signed up for September. It's our very last LVA before the most important event in the history of the company, which is our international convention with representation out of close to 30 countries. Our next LVA is the last one before the major event. Take advantage of it. Pack the rooms. Thanks so much.
There we go. Sign up. Thank you all.
Don't wanna fall down the rabbit hole, 'cause my heart will do it again.